Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Baines. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Capriola. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Olivier. Council Vice President Brandow.
Here.
And Council President Soria.
Here. Next, we are having the invocation by Pastor Robert Thompson of Southeast Asian Ministry. If everyone could stay or stand and stay standing for the flag salute, please. You can go ahead first.
Lord God of heaven and earth, whose name is called Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace, we gather today in this place to consider and decide matters affecting the people within the gates of Fresno, people whom you have created according to your righteous thoughts and purposes. We invite your presence to appear within this place and within the hearts of those who meet here, to the end that the light of your word, your wisdom and knowledge would shine, guiding us in this consideration of each matter, so that for those who must decide, godly insight and courage would abound to bring about your will, to bestow your blessings upon us within the city of Fresno. We pause this moment and consider you and all the wondrous works on which you have caused the light of your glory to shine, and we consider your appearing in the flesh as both Lord and Christ, the express image of your person. We come to you as wretched among wretched, considering the cause of the widow and the fatherless, yet aspiring with our faith in you to yield our simple resources with yours to meet the great needs of all in body, soul, and spirit, such that with your guidance we would in this place behold the glory due unto your holy name. We therefore humbly offer ourselves to you, the living God, and request that your presence be here. These things we pray in the matchless name of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Ready, salute. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
I don't have any changes today.
Do any council members have any changes to the agenda? Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Motion by Councilmember Chavez, second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 5-0 with Councilmember Olivier and Councilmember Capriola absent. So we're going to do things a little bit out of order of the agenda, just because we have a number of special ceremonial presentations. So before doing the consent calendar, we'll go ahead and do the ceremonial presentations. And I will be going on the same order that is outlined on the agenda. I do want to tell my colleagues I apologize ahead of time, because I know we have I'm doing a number of them. We usually give each other a hard time when we have more than a couple. So I just want to make sure that you guys bear with us, because I think we have a lot of great things happening in the city of Fresno that all deserve to be highlighted today. So we're going to go ahead and kick off our ceremonial and special presentations first with Habitat for Humanity. So I'll call Matthew Grundy up. So we've been working over the last year with Habitat for Humanity, and so very proud to represent District 1, and just wanted to take time to acknowledge the hard work that your organization has put not only in District 1, but throughout our Fresno County, and in particular the city of Fresno, in ensuring that I believe over 800 families have access to affordable and healthy housing. And those are some key important issues that impact, especially families here across the city of Fresno, where we know we live in an area where 40% of families are living in concentrated poverty. And the best way to really eliminate some of those challenges and making sure that people have the opportunity to get a job, but also have a home. Which we know provides major stability, not only in the families' lives, but I believe in the children's lives, which is a key component of our community. And so I wanted to just say a special thanks for the 33 years of service that you guys have done. We value the work, in particular in District 1, because I know we met early on and we talked about District 1 also wanting to see you guys do work there. So we're excited that in the central area, the central unified area, we're going to see 3 families be blessed and have a new home. So we want to thank you guys for really the work that you guys have done.
Council President Soria, council members, and city staff, and all of you, I just want to say thank you for this acknowledgement. I stand here today representing a lot of donors, staff, volunteers, and certainly families who for 34 years, going into 34 years, Habitat has aimed to help families by putting God's love into action, bringing people together to build homes, communities, and hope. It's no small feat. It takes all of us, and I thank you for that partnership. On the heels of Thanksgiving, and in the spirit of being thankful, just want to thank all of you for your partnership. And at Habitat, what we find is that we are able to serve families who meet 3 criteria. They have to demonstrate need, as measured by living in substandard housing. They have to have the ability to repay an affordable loan, and they have to be willing to partner. We've invited a family here today who's a Habitat for Humanity home applicant, the Dorn family. And really quickly about the Dorn family, Molly Dorn, you wave your hand, Molly, sitting here in the front row, she is the single head of household for her and her children, her parents, and her brother. She, like many of us, life just happened, and her husband came down with an illness 3 years ago and just passed suddenly. She said, look, I've got to do what I can. And so as a hardworking mom, she enrolled in dental school and finished that same year and now is working at Western Dental. And she is the typical Habitat family, and Habitat applicant, hardworking, wonderful person through and through. And so if it please you and the council, if I can quickly just ask her to just come forward and just say maybe just a few words of what it would mean to you if you were selected to be a Habitat homeowner. I know I'm putting you on the spot, Molly, but come on. Come on. You can do it, Molly. Let's give her some encouragement.
What it would mean to me if me and my family would be selected is that it would be an amazing thing. We would be so happy and so pleased to even be offered this type of help from Habitat of Humanity. Yeah, that's all. I don't know what else to say. It's good. Yeah, so thank you for even nominating us and selecting us to be a part of it. We're happy to be a part of it. We're very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. So Molly, and her family, they've been living in rough conditions. She's applied, but I'll turn it back over to you now, Councilwoman Soria.
So one, I want to thank you, Molly, for the words that you just shared. I want to thank the council members for believing in this program and for investing so that families across our city are able to enjoy the power of ownership and really how it transforms family. But on behalf, just because we are in the hills of Thanksgiving, we did want to award you a little gift to say Happy Thanksgiving to you and to your entire family. We want to call all of your family will join us. So, yeah, you got to open it.
What does this say? It says congratulations, you've been selected for a Habitat home. Oh my God.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. So we just want to, again, thank you and congratulate you on this major feat. I know that you guys are going to put a lot of work, and we want to thank you for believing in your family, believing in your son, to improve yourself. And really, we want to welcome you to District 1, and we hope to be able to help you in whatever you need as you continue on this journey of home ownership. Thank you, Molly.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I just want to say thank you so much. This is this is an amazing day today. I'm trying not to cry, but I don't want to cry. I don't want to cry. I'm going to be strong. I'm going to be strong. Like, I have no words to say. Like, I'm just very happy for me and my family and my son. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, Molly. Councilmember Brando, did you want to join me down for the next? Yes. So see, we kicked it off with a very special presentation, something that is extremely, an issue that's extremely close to my heart in terms of affordable housing opportunities for our families. But now we'll move on to a second special presentation. And I want to invite Matthew Forrester. I know he's somewhere here in the audience, back there, and your family as well, if you guys want to all come up. Hi, good morning. Yeah, nice to see you. Hey,
Hi.
nice to see you. No, thank you for working with our schedule. Where would you like us to stand? Let's put him in the middle. Come on, Matthew. Yeah, we're on the side. Yeah.
He's taking mom with
I know. So I have the greatest pleasure to present along with my council colleague. I know we've been working on having a date to invite Matthew here, so thank you for working with the council schedule. But we do want to really present a special proclamation acknowledging all your hard work and your achievement to get one of the highest achievement rank in the Boy Scouting program of the Boy Scouts of America. Only 4% of all scouts receive this high ranking. That's pretty remarkable. So you're part of the 4%, and I know that it wasn't easy to get to that place, but we want to acknowledge all the hard work that you put in, because it does take dedication and hard work and commitment to accomplish the goals. And so we wanted to present a special proclamation and congratulate you. And we see all the wonderful patches and medals and pins and ribbons. And so we see that, you're going to continue, I'm sure, to fill that up, right? But we wanted to say congratulations on behalf of the city of Fresno.
Matthew, for starters, you made it about 6 years past me. I ended my career in the Cub Scouts. So I didn't even make it to the Boy Scouts, but you made it to the elite level by your Eagle Scout. And we're going to ask you to tell us a little bit about your project. But I just really want to thank you and your entire family for being great community members. We see you up a couple of times a year helping us with projects in the city. Of course, the gardens and all of the things that are so wonderful that come from your family. So it's great to have you back today. But I'd love to hear a little bit from you about your Eagle Scout project.
Yeah. So last year, it probably started around April and ended through May. I went to Baird Middle School for 4 years, 5th through 8th grade. And all 4 years, I picked the same elective class because I thought it was easy. I really liked it, and that was mosaics. So coming in my freshman year, started thinking about what do I want to do for this project. I'm coming on that point. So one day, I decided to visit the Baird Middle School for one of their fall festivals. And while we were there, we ran into the principal and just popped up. It's like, hey, mind if I do a project for you? So we started working with her, and she was very helpful with that. And I ended up making a dozen mosaic stepping stones and then donating it to Baird. So
Fantastic.
all that got started and done in 3 months, and this year, June 14th, I got my Eagle rank.
Wow, right on. Congratulations. Thank you. Good job. Thank you very much. And then, are we going to have the clerk read that? All right. So we're going to award you this proclamation, and the clerk's going to read it, and then, but really, essentially, it's Matthew Forestier Day. And so, City Clerk, if you would read that proclamation.
Whereas the mission of Boy Scouts of America is to prepare young people to make ethical and moral choices over their lifetime by instilling in them the values of the Scout Oath and Law, and Scouts achieve their ranking by fulfilling requirements in the area of leadership, service, and outdoor skills. And whereas only 4% of all Scouts achieve the highest ranking, that of an Eagle Scout, and only after earning 21 necessary badges, including first aid, citizenship in the community, citizenship in the nation, citizenship in the world, communications, environmental science, personal fitness, personal management, cooking, camping, family life, developing skills in emergency preparedness, and swimming, all of which must be completed by the Scout's 18th birthday. And whereas Matthew Mark Forrester has fulfilled all of the aforementioned requirements in addition to completing his Eagle Scout project, which involved teaching Scouts how to make mosaic tiles and donating them to the Baird Middle School in Fresno. And whereas Matthew Mark Forrester has been recognized by Troop 223 Sequoia Council and awarded him the rank of Eagle Scouts in the Boy Scouts of America on June 14, 2018. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council recognizes this bright and outstanding young man for his many accomplishments and specifically for achieving the prestigious rank of Eagle Scout from Troop 223 Sequoia Council in the Boy Scouts of America, and hereby proclaims Thursday, November 29th, 2018 as Matthew Forrester Day in the City of Fresno.
Congratulations. Keep up the good work.
2 for 2, 2 Eagles. Yeah, 2, yeah, totally. They're both Eagles.
Next, we have the National Runaway Prevention Month, so I'll go ahead and call Joe. And then I know that you have a number of young people here and also some staff to join you. Is it? Are you going to have your other young people? Do they want to come up? They're shy. Okay, so just wanted to recognize not only Joe, the staff, but the young people also that have been part of this really promotion of National Runaway Prevention Month. So every November is National Runaway Prevention Month as awareness, and they do an awareness and prevention campaign for runaway and homeless youth issues. And this issue is a critical issue here in the city of Fresno, where we have a number of hundreds of our young people that are impacted by the issue of homelessness. But we also have a number of wonderful organizations that are doing the hard work to really impact this issue and make a positive impact on the lives of the young people that are homeless. As part of this year's National Runaway Prevention Month theme, which is Shine a Light, it is important to shine a light on some of the staggering statistics that are pertinent here to the city of Fresno. I think we should all really pay close attention to some of these facts. So law enforcement in the city of Fresno report approximately 350 missing person and runaway cases of youth per month. Per month. The Department of Justice reports 4,030 children were reported missing in Fresno County in 2017. And there are 2,403 children, respectively, in Fresno Unified School District who are homeless that we know of. And that's just in the Fresno Unified School District. That doesn't include Central Unified or even Clovis. And so those are pretty staggering statistics that impact our young people. And so we know that if we don't address those issues early, we're going to have issues that are much bigger in the years to come. And so I want to thank you guys for the work that you guys have done to prevent runaways and prevent homelessness of our young people in the city of Fresno. As a former board member of Fresno EOC and a participant also in the Fresno EOC Sanctuary and Youth Shelter, I know the important work that you guys do, and especially I know that we've partnered up with Joe a number of times to do a number of projects to make sure that the young people receive the benefits that exist here in the city of Fresno. And they've been working hard since 1992 to make sure that it's a safe play center for runaway, homeless, and exploited or displaced youth. The shelter, if you don't know, is actually located here in Central Fresno. It is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They address the needs of the youth by providing shelter, clothing, meals, counseling, and referrals. The shelter is one of 300 Safe Places sites located in the Fresno area, but is the only one that actually provides shelter for specifically the youth here in the city of Fresno. And it is not enough, because I know that there are a number of young people out there that every other day don't know where they're going to lay their head. It is a travesty that this is happening here in the city of Fresno. So it is important that we highlight the issue so that we bring more awareness and more commitment from folks here in our local governments, ourselves here at the city council, and our partners at the county to ensure that we have the proper resources to impact also the issue of homelessness for our youth population. So I just want to again thank you guys and present this proclamation to bring awareness to National Runaway Prevention Month, and really make sure that the youth know that you have the city of Fresno cares about you, and that we want to be able to continue to partner up to help ensure that the youth have a place to sleep every night. So with that, before we go to the proclamation, I want to give an opportunity to Joe, and I know we have one of our youth here to share a story.
We do. Well, again, thank you, President Soria. Thank you, City Council members. Luis, I see you back there. And I saw Chief Dyer out there, and I saw Fresno Area Express out there as well, and our city parks reps. These are all representatives with the city of Fresno, who is a huge partner with the EOC Sanctuary Youth Services, because they have designated their places, their workplaces, as a safe place. For example, city buses are mobile safe places. Any youth in crises can board a bus. All they have to do is say 2 words, safe place, and that activates a network of over 300 sites that Councilmember Sawyer spoke about, ready to respond. So when you see this black and yellow symbol that reads safe place, it means to a youth, come inside, someone's ready to respond, and if needed, shelter will be provided to you as well as transportation. Let me take a moment to have our staff introduce themselves. So I'm going to have you guys introduce yourself and your title.
I'm Sarah Johnston. I'm the program manager for the Central Valley Against Human Trafficking Project.
Good morning. I'm April Lobush, and I'm a community outreach worker for Sanctuary and Youth Services Drop-In Center.
Hi, my name is Cindy, and I'm a community outreach worker.
Good morning. My name is Yenny, and I'm a community outreach worker.
And so Sanctuary, as already described by Councilmember Sawyer, also offers street outreach services where we have outreach workers on the street. They also help operate a drop-in center for transitional age youth, 18 to 24. The drop-in center is open Monday through Saturday, and it offers our youth a safe place where they can get something to eat, take a shower, wash clothes, talk to someone, and access emergency shelter. So we're really pleased with that service. Sarah, who introduced herself, she works with victims of human trafficking. Believe it or not, it does exist here in the city of Fresno. The sanctuary operates 2 shelters, one for teens, one for transitional age youth. And the transitional age youth shelter has been open for about a year and a few months, is my understanding as well. And then the Safe Place program as well. It has a network ready to respond to any youth in need of help. And then our other program works with chronically homeless individuals, and we have a dedicated team serving Fresno's homeless population. Next to me is the reason why we all exist, because our sanctuary is all about serving youth. We're about feeding the hungry and housing the homeless and giving our youth hope. And so today I have a young man that I've invited, and he has a story that he just wants to share with you in terms of how his life has changed through his participation in our EOC programs.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Harvey Scott. I am 24 years of age, and I was born and raised in Oakland, California. I've been here in Fresno for about 8 months now. So a little bit about myself. I am enrolled in the EOC Local Conservation Corps, as well as receiving education from the Youth Build Charter. And I have received services from the EOC Transitional Sanctuary and Youth Services. So before receiving help from the EOC Transitional Sanctuary, I was homeless and sleeping in the streets for about 2 months. So I didn't really have no idea what I was going to do or how I was going to get out of that situation, up until the point where my case manager at the Local Conservation Corps referred me over to the sanctuary. So from there, I started receiving services sorry. Where am I? Yes, receiving services like shelter and what we is known as a drop-in center, which is a safe place, and counseling services. So yes, I just want to say a really big thank you, because I really did not know where I was going to be or where I was going to go until I did run into the EOC Transitional. And yeah, I'm truly proud and privileged from it. So some of my future goals include furthering my education in forestry, majoring in forestry. I do plan to be a wildland firefighter one day. So, and eventually probably enlisting in the United States Army. That's a good idea. So thank you again to the council for the National Runaway Prevention Month proclamation. And I am truly privileged to be up here and speak and share a little bit about myself. Thank you.
And now we will go ahead and ask the clerk to read the proclamation.
Excuse me. Whereas November is National Runaway Prevention Month, and in partnership with the National Runaway Safe Line and National Network for Youth, Fresno's EOC Sanctuary and Youth Services is committed to protecting our nation's most valuable asset, our youth, and ending youth homelessness by 2020. And whereas there were over 12,000 crisis connections made from California to the National Runaway Safe Line in 2017. For Fresno, there were 239 crisis connections made by youth who were provided with help and safety. Fresno's EOC Sanctuary and Youth Services provides a continuum of care to assist runaway, displaced, and homeless youth with successful transition from adolescence to adulthood by operating an emergency transitional shelter for youth in crisis, providing a drop-in center for homeless and runaway youth, and maintaining over 300 safe place sites, including more than 100 Fresno Unified School District school campuses to facilitate youth access to shelter and services. And whereas between 1.6 and 2.8 million youth run away a year in the United States, True Color reports lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning LGBTQ youth comprise up to 40% of the homeless youth population in the United States, yet they make up only 7% of the general youth population. LGBTQ youth experience homelessness for a variety of reasons, including homophobia, transphobia, issues with family, poverty, and abuse in the home. And whereas the City of Fresno supports the efforts of the Fresno EOC Sanctuary and Youth Services in working diligently to increase public awareness about, advocate on behalf of, and provide positive and safe alternatives to runaway and homeless youth and their families. If all of us work together, we can prevent the situations that compel youth to run away from home by teaching them awareness, stress management, communication skills, and providing resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor and City Council of the City of Fresno, do hereby proclaim November 2018 as National Runaway Prevention Month in the City of Fresno.
Next, I want to call up Olga Nunes. Oh, Sandra. Okay. I wasn't sure. Hi, Sandra. So we are going to be doing the World Prematurity Day proclamation. So we just also want to bring awareness to the issue of prematurity, especially here in Fresno County. I know that we started doing this a couple years ago. You guys had your Awareness Day on November 17th, which, you know, it was now over a week ago, but we did want to acknowledge the work that you guys have been doing. Also remind folks about the issue that is impacting not only children across our world, but here locally. So this issue is extremely important in terms of premature birth and how we can all work together to ensure that we're solving the issue, which is really access to early health care and prevention. So I want to thank you guys for the work that you guys have been doing, Sandra, and then I'll let you say a few words and we'll do the proclamation.
So I'm going to ask our team to come up. So part of this work has been bringing together multi-sectors to address the issue of preterm birth. Fresno County, I think about 5 years ago, Fresno Bee did a big article on infant mortality rates in Fresno County. Preterm birth is the #1 reason why our babies are dying. We did a presentation before this city council last year and identified that there are preterm births in every single district. And that is the reason that starts our families on this journey of trauma and developmental challenges for our families and our children. So we have been going in the right direction. When we did the presentation in front of the city council, we were at 10.3% in Fresno County. We are now at 9.2%. So we are going in the right direction. We are also seeing rates decline by race and ethnicity. In Fresno County, African American experience the highest rates of preterm birth. And we are going in the right direction. We're going down in that, but not as fast as we need to. A recent article ranking our African American community in Fresno is dismal. So what we are learning collectively, so we have behavioral health, Lori James here. We have Housing Authority, Tammy is here. We have the Public Health Department, Dr. Goldgraben is here, who is new to our community. Dr. Bird was her predecessor on our team. So this is a multi-sector effort, including families who bear the burden of preterm birth. Christy is one of our mothers on our governing body who is part of this effort. We have, the last few years since we've connected with you and with Oliver about this initiative, about this work, so much of it is how we bring people together so we can think together and find sustainable solutions. So we are still on that journey, and we so appreciate the awareness that this brings to this issue and how efforts like this, we know city council members can't do everything. So you have highlighted some very significant efforts going on in our community to improve it, because we all share in this community and in the experiences and in the outcomes of this community. We have a shared future. So I want to thank you for this time, for acknowledging us. Thank our city council members for taking the time and indulging this space here, because we do have a shared future. So thank you.
Thank you again for the work. We'll go ahead and read the proclamation for the record. So, Madam Clerk.
Whereas premature births threaten the lives and health of 15 million babies around the world every year and is the leading cause of death among newborns. And whereas Fresno County has one of the highest rates of premature births in California, with 1 in every 9 babies being born prematurely. And whereas the Fresno County Preterm Birth Initiative is a collaborative effort to reduce the number of babies born prematurely from 10.3% to 7% by 2025 in Fresno County, and increase the health of women before, during, and after pregnancy. And whereas the Fresno County Preterm Birth Initiative is a part of a 10-year preterm birth initiative led by the University of California, San Francisco, the Central California Center for Health and Human Services at Fresno State University is the backbone organization. And whereas November 17, 2018 is designated as World Prematurity Day as part of the Every Woman, Every Child initiative, and whereas the organizations in Fresno County, including governmental agencies, businesses, schools, colleges, churches, nonprofit organizations, hospitals, clinics, and others are working to improve the health of mothers and babies in the Fresno County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council does hereby declare November 17, 2018 as World Prematurity Day in the City of Fresno.
Next, my council colleagues will be joining me. This is a very also special proclamation as we kind of come to the end of the month. We thought it was very, very important to highlight Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month for the month of November. So I'll go ahead and let my colleagues kind of kick it off.
Good morning. I said good morning. All right, we're awake. I want to welcome everybody. This is a very special presentation here today. A couple of weeks I had the opportunity to go to the temple in South Fresno, and I was very impressed with the charity and the giving that the Sikh community engages in here, right here in our city. And, you know, heard the story of Guru Nanak and his history and his trajectory of when he was given money and asked to invest, he decided to invest in people. The cold, the hungry, the poor, and that work continues. Every time you go to a Sikh temple, they have the Langar, hall where everybody is welcome, whether you're poor, rich, tall, skinny, or chubby like me. You all sit there as equals, and you have a meal, and it's all free to the community. And so I wanted to briefly share it with you because I know my colleague's going to speak a little bit about the work that we did at the Poverello a couple weeks ago. But I also want to make sure that the community knows, and it's not just about awareness, it's about appreciation and recognition. Oftentimes the work that's done within the Sikh community is not advertised and it's not recognized, but it's very important and it makes a difference in people's lives. And so, I want to thank you for the work you've been doing in South Fresno, and as you can see, we have representation from south to north to east to west up here with the mayor being here. And so I wanted to say thank you for the work you've been doing, and I'll let my colleague, Councilmember Brando, say a few words.
Thank you, Councilman Chavez. And I just wanted to say a few things about my interactions with the Sikh community. For starters, a lot of our Sikh community live in District 2, Northwest Fresno, so that's always a pleasure to serve there. And one. Okay, I said it first. But I just want to highlight, for the record book, in the years that I've been here, we've had some big meetings that have packed the house. But I don't think I've ever seen this building with so many people as the day that we recognized the Sikh genocide. And the Sikh community came out and let us know what was important to them. And I thank God that we followed through and recognized what was very valuable to them. But really, they're an even more important part of our community because they give to our community. They're a vital part. Just a couple weeks ago, well, actually the week leading up to Thanksgiving, we met the Sikh community over at the Poverillo House. And it was something that they've done for 8 years is they have a Poverillo House Day where they give to that outreach. And they gave something like $20,000. I don't even know what the final number was because there was another anonymous Sikh donor who matched dollar for dollar. So that day they raised tens of thousands of dollars to help the underprivileged in our community. And so they're always doing things like that. It's so great to have the Sikhs as part of our community doing wonderful things, and we're glad to recognize this Sikh month. Thank you. Lee?
We are a city of diversity, of great diversity, and generations of immigrants have come to America. They've come to this city in the valley, and the Sikhs are one of the later generations of people coming. Many Sikh members came with barely the shirt on their back, and they've been extremely successful, very family-oriented. I was at the same event that Steve and Luis was at on the Poverillo House. You know, demonstrate that great American spirit of giving back. You've been successful, doctors, lawyers, business people, teachers. So I'm honored to be here today to recognize the Sikh population and wish you the best on this day. Thank you.
You know, I too have a large Sikh population in District 3, Councilor Bandow. And listen, I'll make my remarks brief because my colleagues have covered it so much, but I'm going to just say this. You all are my family. You all are my friends and family. And my time in office, I have got the great honor and pleasure to get to know the Sikh community. And you all have welcomed me in and my family in. And I can only hope that I've repaid that to you all by treating you as family as well. The relationship that I have with your community goes much deeper than a council member for me. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate what you all mean to Fresno and what you mean to my district. The civic engagement, the pride that you have for your community and our shared community is really unparalleled. And as I plan to exit office, the relationship that I have with you is one of the things that I have coveted and treasured the most. And I will certainly miss it in this capacity, but look forward to our next go around. So congratulations, this proclamation by my colleagues is well deserved. And listen, you all keep doing what you're doing because you mean a lot to our community.
So, yeah, and I'll pass it that way. So I just wanted to add a little bit to what has already been said. I think that really the diversity that the Sikh community adds to the city of Fresno is tremendous. And I think that we need to recognize the work that has been done because there's stories that have been untold by the community. And I'm just so proud of what you guys have done, at least in my time in the 4 years, packing, like they said, this house to share the issues that are important to all of you. And which is why we recognized not that long ago and renamed one of our parks, the JSK Park, which is also in recognition of the contributions of the Sikh community here to the city of Fresno. And so we want to thank you guys for the work. Just a little bit of history to recap. The state of California is home to the nation's first Gurdwara and the largest Sikh American population. Sikhs are not foreign to the state of California. They've been here for more than a century. It's in the history, and they've contributed tremendously by being our doctors, lawyers, engineers, farmers, our neighbors, truck drivers, entrepreneurs. Yes, a newly elected Central Unified Trustee, which we're very proud of. And because of the contributions, it is important to recognize that in 2010, the state of California actually recognized this month to be Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month. And so again, it goes to show to the importance of the valuable contributions that you guys all have made. I think that it's also important that as we recognize the cultural diversity that you guys add to our community, the issues that the Sikh community have also faced in over a decade, which we know that violence against Sikhs in the U.S. has increased dramatically in the last 15 years, and it's unfortunate that the population has been targeted. But I want to let you all know, just like Councilmember Oliver Baines, that you guys have grown to be a family to me as well, and that we stand together because we are not only a nation of immigrants, we're a city of immigrants, and the contributions that our communities have contributed to the city are immense. And so I want to thank you guys for the work that you guys have done.
Not a whole lot to add. I think it's all been said. You're a phenomenal community, and it's an honor for me to be a part of recognizing all of the tremendous accomplishments you've made to our city. So not a whole lot else that we can say, but I'm going to pass it on because politicians like to talk.
It's been a pleasure working with you all these past 8 years, and thank you very much, and congratulations today.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was late this morning. I had jury duty over here at the courthouse, so I finished it up real quick and got over here as fast as I could. But again, I didn't hear all the comments, but I join in all the comments that my colleagues have made, and we appreciate you. We love you. We respect you. You're part of our community. Please contribute, as you have been over and over again, to the greatness of Fresno. You are part of our family, and we are part of your family. So thank you for being here, and congratulations.
We put together a really quick slideshow. See how many council members it takes to actually put up a slideshow. Slideshow. Yep, it's on. It's coming up.
There we go. Only took one.
Two.
Not over yet.
There we go. Where's the music? Oh man, and I had semi-Punjabi music going on there. Cindy, does it have volume? Okay, that's 3 council members now that have tried to.
It's okay. Keep it rolling.
Okay, it had really great music. So, do we have a singer in the house?
I can sing Johnny Cash.
Did we have a representative from the community that would like to say a few words?
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kamaljeet Kaur, and I'm here on behalf of the Sikh community. I've, grew up in Fresno, born and raised here, went to school here, and I just want to, thank all of you for appreciating us this month and just talk a little bit. I did make some notes, so bear with me. I'm gonna just talk through them. So Sikhi is the 5th largest religion in the world and was founded in Punjab. Guru Nanak, whose 549th birthday we just celebrated last weekend in Fowler, provided us with the principles by which we try to live our best lives, which you see in Everyday Sikhs and you see in the examples they've created here in Fresno. So one is to Nam Japna, to always keep God in mind, Kirt Karni, to work hard and honestly, and Van Shakana, to share with others. These principles remind us to be compassionate, empathize with the most marginalized, and always to remember to stand up for truth and justice. November has a special significance because it marks the leadership of Guru Nanak. For the 40,000 Sikhs that call this Fresno County home, we have embraced our neighbors and love our city. Six have called Central Valley home, like we said, for over 100 years. And, we most likely will be calling the Central Valley our home for hundreds more to come. The local Sikh community here in Fresno has always stood with anyone who's been in need, and we've seen that when the Hurricane Harvey ravaged Texas last year, and the Sikh community really came together, really, pulled together, and everyone donated, and they donated up to three large truckloads, and not just pickup trucks like the big Freightliners we see, right? Semis, yeah. So they donated 3 of those last year to the Hurricane Harvey victims. And then this year, in the recent campfire of the Butte County, we saw a Sikh community do that again this past year. And just last weekend, as it was mentioned, that the Sikh community gave monetary contribution to the Poverello House. Along with that, Sikhs have continued to contribute to the Central California Community Food Bank year after year, and even last year helped purchase over 1,000 bikes for the annual Hells Angel Toy Drive. Fresno is the birthplace to great nonprofits for the Sikh community, such as the Punjabi Cultural Association, PCA, GHE Dance Academy, Sikh Women's Alliance, Sikh Women's of Central California, and Jagada Movement, who have all contributed to the growth of not only our community, but the Fresno community in large. And Sikhs are a vital part of this community, from southeast to west to northeast, right? Everywhere. And yeah, we love the city and appreciate the way it has embraced us when the city recognized Jaswant Singh Kalra, not just as a Sikh hero, but a human rights hero. It was a truly special moment for us, and we just want to thank, the council and city of Fresno for always being so warm and welcoming to the Sikh community. Thank you.
So as we conclude, if we can have our Madam Clerk read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas Sikhs who originated in Punjab, India, first entered California in 1899 through Angel Island immigration stations in San Francisco, California. The Sikh pioneers initially worked on railroad construction projects and lumber mills, and by 1910 turned to farming in Sacramento, San Joaquin, and Imperial Valleys. And whereas on October 14th, 1912, the first Sikh house of worship, Garada, United States, the Stockton Sikh Temple, was founded by Jawala Singh, and the following years, the congregation formed the Pacific Coast Khalsa Diwan Society. And whereas there are now more than 220 known Garadas in the United States, 58 of which are in California, including the Garada Sahib of San Jose, the largest Garada in North America. And whereas Fresno serves a vast amount of cultures and backgrounds, including the Sikh community, which first came to Fresno in the late 1970s and early 1980s. And whereas the Sikh community in Fresno is comprised of various professional backgrounds such as doctors, attorneys, engineers, teachers, small business owners, and farmers who contribute abundantly to the production of peaches, raisins, grapes, almonds, pistachios, okra, etc. And whereas the city of Fresno acknowledges and commends the significant contributions made by Fresnans of Sikh heritage, and by presentation of this proclamation, our city seeks to afford all Fresnans the opportunity to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich history and shared principles of Sikh Americans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the mayor and city council of the city of Fresno, do hereby proclaim November 2018 as Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month in the city of Fresno.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we really want to thank Mayor Lee Brad, our council members, all the council members, Council President Surya, Steve Brado, Council Member Oliver Baines, Luis Chavez, and all the council members. This is a great opportunity for all of us to be here, to contribute to this great nation. And a lot of the people who are standing here, they came to this country with $20 in their pockets. Some of them, they've only had their clothing. So this is the American dream. And we also I just want to recognize the city for renaming the park on Clinton and Brawley, Jaswant Singh Kharda Park. He was a human rights activist. And I also want to recognize Santa Unified School District, and that is our Fresno School District that teaches a Punjabi class at Central High School. So once again, on behalf of the Sikh American community, we really want to thank the city's diversity. And this is, we live in an amazing city. This is just such an amazing city. So a round of applause for you all. Thank you so much. And then we also have one of our community member. He wants to say a word. Padilla.
Good morning, and Sat Sri Akal to everybody. Once again, I would like to thank the City of Fresno, Mayor, and the council members. I would be just very brief, as everybody has already mentioned regarding the Sikh community. They got this word of community service like a message from our gurus as well. As it's been mentioned earlier, the Kirt Karo and Want Ke Shago, which means keep up with your good work and also share your fair share with the community and be part of it. And once again, I'll be really glad. I'm really glad, and I would like to thank everybody for being in this community effort. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Luis, thank you. Great pictures. See you on the radio soon. Yes. See you. Yeah.
Next, we have a special presentation for Familia en Acción
Alice?
Bank Pal Neighborhood Revitalization by Councilmember Chavez.
All right, this one's also a special presentation today. These have been parents that have been working and community leaders that have been working in Southeast Fresno, the Bang Pao Elementary School area. And, it's one thing to come to the city and ask for help, but it's another to actually work and do some of the heavy lifting. And that's what this group has been doing in collaboration with our schools, with our city, with our amazing team led by Alice that's been working really hard out there in our community. And so we wanted to take today and actually recognize the work that they've been doing. They've been cleaning alleyways, streets, parks, schools, community, and we're joined. If we could have Principal Ward come up here too. You've been very crucial and pivotal in the work that we've been doing in Southeast. And then also let's have the volunteers and the people who are going to be recognized come up. Lilia, si puede venir. So we have a slideshow too as well for this team, and we're hoping that the music actually plays while they're making their way up. This is actually proof that we've been working in the in the community out there. And so with that, I'd love to have Alice say a few words about the program and what we've been doing. And I know this is something that the mayor has been really supportive of in the project, we're doing specific neighborhoods. So Alice, if you could just say a few words about some of the work you've been doing, how long, and then the community that's been helping.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning. We are here to celebrate the Vang Pao neighborhood revitalization, which is one of our focus neighborhoods, which is part of the mayor's initiative to restore and revitalize this neighborhood. And a part of the neighborhood revitalization team is to engage the neighborhood, to provide them and connect them with resources here at the city to make things like this happen. So without the residents and the neighborhood, we are nothing, but together we make it happen. And we are celebrating the wins today of the improvements and the engagement and the resident efficacy here in Vang Pao neighborhood. I'd also like to invite up, if it's okay, the neighborhood revitalization team who's behind the scenes. Come on up, Vang Pao neighborhood revitalization team. Awesome. This is definitely a team effort. Lilia, come on up here. A team effort that we work together. Teamwork makes the dream work here at the city and connecting resources. So today we are grateful to celebrate that we are able to work together to make these improvements, empower and build capacity in Vang Pao.
Buenos días a todos. Soy Lilia Becerril, soy del Distrito 5, mi comunidad aquí está unida con nosotros. Somos las Familias en Acción, somos una parte de un proyecto que se inició ya hace mucho tiempo, pero esto es algo nuevo para nosotros, ya que gracias a nuestro concejal Luis Chávez que nos ha proporcionado las herramientas, hemos trabajado muy duro con un propósito y un plan de aproximadamente 4 meses, una vez por mes, limpiar aproximadamente 250 propiedades por la parte de atrás. Entonces es un proyecto que iniciamos y que terminamos y que gracias a las organizaciones como es lo de Germán, la escuela principalmente, que es la que nos ha abierto la escuela Sequoia Middle School y Vang Pao, que son los que nos han abierto las puertas para hacer este proyecto y tener nuestras propias reuniones para poder hacer y continuar con lo que están mirando aquí enfrente. Así es que muchísimas gracias a nombre de mis compañeras aquí presentes, que esto no pare, que todo lo que veamos siempre, como decimos, siempre lo reportemos a la ciudad de Fresno cuando veamos algo que no está bien en nuestra comunidad, hablar siempre al 621-2489, que es el área donde podemos reportar todo lo que no está bien en nuestras comunidades, como lo que son peatonales que no están en línea, líneas rojas que no están pintadas, árboles caídos, luces que no prenden, todo tenemos que reportarlo para poder tener esto que tenemos aquí enfrente. Muchísimas gracias.
I'm a good translator, but I'm not that good. But we've been working cleaning up alleyways, over 250 properties that they have cleaned in the parks, the schools, and it's really a true community effort that's been happening in Southeast Fresno, and this is something that we not only hope to continue, but actually expand to other parts of the city. We know we have a lot of need in our community with traffic lights, with stop signs, with pedestrian walkways and pedestrian safety, and so it's important that we work together and all the organizations come together and work towards that goal. And Principal Ward, do you want to say a few words of, I know we use Sequoia Middle School as the headquarters sometimes.
So these ladies up here in particular have been engaged in working with families in the Sequoia and Vang Pao communities, not just for 4 months, but for many years. I've been principal at Sequoia for, I think this is my 8th year, and I've known these good ladies for all of that time, and they have had children that have come through those schools and have graduated and gone on to college and are no longer in the schools, but they continue to work hard, I think, to improve our community. And with the help of good people from the city of Fresno, from Everett Neighborhood Partnership and other groups that have been really, really helpful. So we know that our schools are better when our community is involved, and this is a great example of that.
Thank you for that, Principal Ward. So with that, we've got a couple of certificates that we want to present. First one is going to be to Mark Media. Next one is to Evangelina Flores. Joe Hinojosa. Oh, Alice Green. Germán Quiñones. Next one is to, if I can get this. Nelly Sabine. Teresa Mejia. Martha Leon. Hilda Villa. Isabel Vargas. Margarita Villaseñor. Principal Matt Ward. Thank you for your support. And Lilia Becerril. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you very much. President Soria, back to you.
Thank you, and congratulations to everyone for all your hard work. Next, we have our mayor. He's going to be doing a proclamation of Fresno Recycles Day.
Thank you, Council President. If you haven't guessed it, by the decor in the lobby, today is Fresno Recycles Day. And it's a great demonstration of the program the Department of Public Utilities has developed to educate and reduce, reuse, and recycle. Settle down here. I'm especially pleased that they've turned a gray garbage can into a mini race car with Oscar the Grouch. Yeah, I haven't seen him. And a couple weeks ago, the city hosted an event on November 17th called Recycle Con at Eden Park, downtown, for America Recycles Day. And are the county people here? Come on up. And city. And actually, with this program, the inception about 20 years ago in recycling, Fresno has always been recognized as one of the leaders in recycling. This is another example of the city and the county working together. So I would like to recognize the County of Fresno Division of Public Works and Planning for their support and effort in implementing this event. Also, over 300 residents learned when recycling is important and what becomes of recycled products. I'm still trying to figure that one out myself. In implementing and their place in their carts. Also, a special thanks to the City of Fresno staff, Assistant Christina Lee, and Fresno County Program Technician James Sponsler, for their dedication to this event. We look forward to collaborating with the county on a variety of fronts, and I'll let the county speak on this one.
Okay, well, thank you. As Mayor Brand pointed out, my name is James Sponsler. I'm the Education Outreach Coordinator for the County of Fresno, and with our partnership through the City of Fresno, as well as the other 15 jurisdictions throughout the county, we brought this event to fruition. It's the first time that we did this event, and we wanted to do something that gave an idea of what was beyond the blue cart. So a lot of people understand what recycling is, but what can be done with it. So what we had out on that Saturday were different organizations that showed us how to upcycle different events, different items. We had a demonstration for the children in which we took 2-liter soda bottles and made them into rope and things like that to show the idea that recycling is not just what we put out every trash day for everybody, but is actually something that is economic driver for us. There's a number of recycled communities, recycled businesses in our community that actually take the material and use it to make new items that we use every day. So it's important that we continue this collaboration. I believe that we had a success with it to the point that we will continue on with this event. And I was excited to have it. So thank you.
Thank you. Would you guys like to talk? Jerry?
Thank you very much. These folks are really the rock stars of our recycling program. You figure we've got 500,000 people in this community plus, right? These folks directly touch each one of those people. So Alicia, who is our coordinator, our recycling coordinator, Donna Leslie and Christina Lee are our city people. They are the ones who are in the classrooms. If you don't know them, I guarantee your kids do. All right? They get to know all the kids. They do all the events. They do all the outreach. And I'm just really, really proud to have them on our team. So thank you very much, folks.
Thank you, Jerry. It's your last chance. Okay. City Clerk, would you read the proclamation?
Whereas the city of Fresno has been nationally recognized for its recycling efforts, and whereas the City Department of Public Utilities has launched a Keep Fresno Clean outreach campaign on social media and other platforms, and whereas the Keep Fresno Clean is activating a new way for residents to learn more about what and where to recycle and how to contribute to the community in a positive way. And whereas the benefits of recycling are widely proven and admirable, for example, a recycled aluminum can save electricity to power a TV for 3 hours. And whereas a recycled water bottle can make it back into the store shelf in 8 weeks. And whereas a recycled glass bottle saves enough energy to power a 100-watt light bulb for 4 hours. And whereas we try to cut down on waste, conserve resources, prevent pollution, save energy. And whereas concentrated efforts to recycle paper, plastic, metal, and glass will help lead to a prosperous future for generations to come. And whereas Fresno continues to strive to be a community that is ahead of the curve for recycling. And whereas the city of Fresno recognizes that recycling is an essential part of keeping Fresno clean, efficient, and thriving for years to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Fresno Recycle Day is an effort the entire city can celebrate and band together for the good of the community and the people who live in it.
Give him a big hand. Thank you.
Next is the consent calendar. So would any council member like to pull an item for discussion? Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 1B, please.
Item 1B. Okay, and then Councilmember Brando.
1D, please.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar?
Public.
Oh, yes, sorry. I'm going to go out to the public comment. Is there anyone in the public who wish to comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Capriolo, second by Councilmember Chavez. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Baines absent. So 2 items were pulled. Item 1B, transportation. This is to approve a third amendment to the agreement with VSCE Inc. for construction management service associated with the Bus Rapid Transit Project.
Good morning, council members. My name is Brian Barr. I'm the Assistant Director for FACTS. I oversee the capital program. I'm here to answer questions. But first, let me explain what this amendment is about. This gives us the...
Can you speak directly to the mic? We can't hear you.
Apologies. Is that better?
Yes, thank you so much.
Great. Let me repeat it. My name is Brian Barr. I'm the Assistant Director for FACTS. I oversee the capital development program. In terms of this amendment, we are requesting a third extension for the agreement with VSC Inc. They are the construction manager for the BRT project. They are the designated resident engineer and contract administrator for the project since 2014. Their institutional knowledge is key to resolve the system bugs, protect the city's interests, and achieve the full benefit of the project, as well as achieve full benefit and protect the federal interests and funding involved for the project. I am available to answer questions.
Yeah, what was the initial completion of the contract date?
It's based upon a budget presented by VSC back in 2014, what their level of effort was to complete the contract construction days. And we achieved substantial completion in December of last year for construction, and we continue to work on systems integration. The construction contract was extended by 72 working days. VSCE, through working with the city and utilizing fiscal restraint, was able to absorb those 72 working days to the extension of the contractor's contract. And now we're asking for an extension and additional budget to complete the systems integration and resolve remaining systems bugs.
And the $173,000 is for that reason?
Yes.
Okay. So what happens if there are additional delays or they don't meet timelines now?
Very good question. We foresee that the immediate hurdles to achieve systems integration are just in front of us, and and we believe we will overcome those challenges in the month of December. Should we need to extend the contract beyond, let me put it this way, we're not anticipating to ask for additional budget for this contract. If we do need to continue work, we will use the city's construction management services.
Okay. Yeah, my concern only is, and it's not just this contract, it's numerous contracts where we have an agreement on a contract and then we come back with amendments, and it's always for more costs, it's always for some delay, and it always costs the taxpayers more money. And I'm troubled that when we have an initial contract, we just don't follow through on what the initial agreement is, what the initial costs are. It seems like this happens a lot. I'm not just talking with facts. I'm talking with, throughout the city, we have amendments all the time that come forward, and they're always involving more costs, more taxpayer money, more delays. That's my hesitation with this. And so I will support moving this along, but this is a concern that I have. I've addressed this issue many times with other contracts, and I really would like us to hold the people we contract with to their initial agreement. When we go out to bid, we have RFPs, the people come up with, this is the amount of money that we're going to, it's going to cost us to get this completed. We agree, we sign off, and then over the course of months and years, new amendments come, new costs come. That's my trouble.
And council member, if I may,
Yes.
and I know we do our best to make sure that we're looking at every contract and trying to keep everything within budget, but there are always unknowns. And a little precursor to next week's agenda, we are bringing an item forward that actually reduces the amount of the contract. So I wanted to, so I wanted to make sure you knew that too was coming. So. Yes, so I would
repeat that last part.
Pardon me?
Wilma, would you please repeat that last part?
About
next week?
Next week, we actually have a contract coming forward in DPU where we're reducing the contract amount. So we are trying to be mindful
Well,
of
we need to set off fireworks or something.
Can we do a proclamation on that?
So I just wanted to make sure you knew that was coming. So.
Thank you, City Manager. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I wanted to. So, Brian, I think Councilman Bredefeld asked this question. What was the original date that we're now extending to December 31st? So we're extending it a month. So what was the original date from now,
Let me clarify. The VSC contract as a construction manager is dependent on the completion of the contract by the contractor. So they are our resident engineer, our contract administrator, as long as the construction contract is active. Right now, we have several systems integration issues, software bugs due to the new technology that we've put out there along the 15-mile route. That's new to the city. That's completely dependent upon the contractor to resolve. As the contractor has not completed the project, the contract administrator needs to remain on the project as our technical expert and contract administrator for the project. There is no set date for VSC's contract to expire. Previously.
So why is one of the items in the recommendation extending the completion date for another month from right now?
It's really to add additional budget to cover the items that we need for systems integration.
Okay. City Manager, does this item, and then I've also pulled item 1D, they're both asking for more money, contracts that are asking for more money, which I'm starting to see that happen more and more. I mean, it's always happened, but did this go to our capital oversight committees? Either of these two, 1B or 1D?
Brian or Jim? No?
No.
Jim Shad, Director of Transportation.
Wait, you're not the Director of Transportation.
Right? Come on.
This was not required to go to the committee.
There you go.
Can you now? Okay.
Little better.
These contract amendments were not required to go to the committee based on the Construction Management Act. So they did not.
They did not.
And I will add, let me see if I can explain this a little bit. This contract was in support of the BRT construction contract, and this consultant was hired to manage that contract, which they continue to do. The construction isn't fully closed out at this point because of the technical issues, which I don't think are major technical issues, but we want to hold our suppliers to the contractor to their contract as well. So VSCE is really just continuing on to support that construction management function until we close out the BRT construction contract with Teichert.
Okay. I guess one thing that I'm going to probably offline ask the city managers to meet and talk about what contract, when somebody comes and wants to enlarge a contract or ask for more money, in the case of 1D, which we'll get to next, but for me, I'm going to talk about both of these issues right now. I guess I'd like to know, when does our capital oversights subcommittee, or task force actually, commission, meet to review these contract extensions and or increasing amounts of money? So an example in item 1D is we passed this contract in April of this year, and here we are in November, and they're asking for another $105,000. So it's about 12% increase since April. So for me, I'm just gonna cover both of these items in the same thing. I'd like to see these type of things start getting more review somehow. Maybe it's the capital oversights, I'm not sure. I'm seeing this all across the state, especially with high-speed rail. There's been a lot of negative publicity lately on that agency passing extensions and increases, even awarding in some cases increases with people just signing off on them without getting a detailed reason why the increases are coming. I know you guys haven't done anything that profane, but it's too common for me, and so I'm based on that, I'm gonna vote no on both of these. If people still want to hear 1D, I'm just gonna vote no on these items today, because this whole game that government plays with entering into contracts with people, in the case of 1D, entering into a contract in April, and now we are in November already asking for an extension. It's just not good oversight of the taxpayers' dollar. So I'm going to vote no for these today. I don't need to have another conversation on 1D. If my council colleagues want to, we can do that as well. But I'll be no votes today. Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, so the question, it boils down to this. How do we prevent the possibility of people, when we go out to bid on contracts, lowballing things and then coming back with amendments saying they need more money? I mean, that's the issue. And does that happen? What protections are in place to prevent that from happening?
Well, on a typical contract, such as the construction contract for BRT with Teichert, we prevent that through the change order process and managing change orders. There are times where we would pay more for additional work that wasn't anticipated in that contract, and that may be unforeseen conditions or things that the city adds. When we look at the BRT contract or the BRT project as a whole, that contract actually is under budget in its entirety. So, but when we're talking about VSCE, this contract in particular, it's dependent upon the construction contract. So the real issues with the technical problems are based on that construction contract, and we're working very closely with the prime contractor to deal with those. The issues are with subcontractors to them, but we're holding the prime contractor responsible. As far as support, we still need that support until we close out the contract from VSCE. I know we're talking about the 1D, which is a totally different situation, and I don't want to put too many words into Brian's mouth, but I believe that was where we added work based on some new conditions that we found in that contract. So that was not a contract where we said, we're going to give them more money because they need more money. That was we're paying them for additional services. Is that correct? 100%.
Okay, so Wilma, that excluding this specific contract, this just seems to be something that is inherent in contracts that we have, and so I'm wondering how we prevent this kind of thing. I mean, we talked just a couple of weeks ago about the Orange Avenue disposal, and I voted against that because it was the Fourth Amendment that had come back. Each time it was asking for more money, more taxpayer money. So this is the ongoing problem I have. Maybe this contract is not, egregious in any way, but it just seems like it's just ongoing. It's just we always have contracts, and there's always amendments, and there's always more costs. And so, how do we prevent that? Generally speaking, how does this council ensure that that isn't happening? Generally speaking.
I think that it's part of the issue of going always with the low bid as well. And Scott, I'm going to ask you to come up actually, because I think Scott's our in-house expert on a lot of our contracts, and I'd like for him to address this issue if you don't mind.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. One thing I wanted to add is that in the interest of protecting taxpayer dollars, our initial contracts, they do provide certain limitations. In other words, we'll hire a firm to design a street project, and it has a certain scope. If there's a change in that scope, then there'll be additional cost. If we wrote contracts to say, in essence, no matter what happens, no matter if there are unforeseen conditions, if there are delays, if there are issues, you as the contractor, you as a consultant, you're going to eat that cost and absorb it, then we will pay substantially more at the outset, because then the firm, whether it's an engineering firm, architect, or in this case a construction manager or contractor, would have to pad their cost to take on all of those unforeseens. I know in this particular situation, it is a firm providing construction management services. They would not have had this additional cost if the contractor, Tykert for BRT, and that project had not gone longer, and if they had not been on board to spend time helping resolving these claims and issues. And in this case, if VSCE is not able to perform those services, I believe Mr. Barr mentioned, FACTS would then be asking our Public Works Construction Management Division to step in and help resolve those issues. So there is a cost, there is a service needed in this situation.
And I also want to add too, the city is entering into, I don't even want to begin to guess, hundreds or thousands of contracts in a year. And the amount that's actually coming to council to change, to add services, add costs, et cetera, it's a tiny percentage of the overall contracts that we enter into. So these are just the couple that you see, but there are many that we are in budget and don't need to have a change order or item before council.
Councilmember Olivier.
I'd like to, and thank you, Council President, and I'd want to take a stab at answering your question, Councilmember Bredefeld. And the problem is, and it's when the government tries to build things. We have home builders in the gallery today, and if they have this many change orders, it could be a catastrophe, because either they pass those increased costs onto their customer, and then the house becomes too expensive for their targeted customer to buy, then they're finished. They could lose everything. The difference is that when the government tries to build something, we have an unlimited source of money that's taken from the taxpayer to build not what the free market wants, but what the government wants. In this case, the government has decided that a super bus running up and down Blackstone is something that's needed. I believe that the free market should provide transit, and I've always felt that way, although I've helped to move this project forward. I will vote yes today, but everything from the Transcontinental Railroad to today is fraught with change orders, and they come back to us because the taxpayer has no choice. They have to pay it, and there's money there all the time. Up in Sacramento today, the High-Speed Rail Audit Committee is looking at 56 contractors on the high-speed rail project, 56 contractors that have submitted tens of millions of dollars in change orders with no documentation at all. And so that's what our state assembly and state senate are looking at today. So anytime the government builds something, and in our case, the super bus, in their case, the super train, there's always going to be these change orders because contractors realize that they can get money from the taxpayer. At least in our case, our staff and our contractors make sure that there's adequate documentation and that our contractors are doing a good job. In the case of high-speed rail, there are 56 contractors that are sending in tens of millions of dollars in change orders, and only 2 of those 56 have provided any documentation at all. So I think the problem is not, because this is the nature of the beast, when the government tries to build something, there are always increased costs, there are always change orders, but I think that the problem is the government should not try to build things and leave that kind of stuff to the free market.
No, I just wanted to say. Yes, okay. Yeah, I think, Councilman Olivier, you've raised and given evidence of exactly the kind of concerns I have, which is, well, I don't know. I mean, I think there are things we can do about it. I mean, when you have a high-speed rail that's estimated to be $10 billion, now we're at $77 billion. At some point you say, no, I think we got to stop this. So, and again, I'm not saying that these contracts rise to that kind of ridiculousness, but I think we all need to be very careful when these contracts continue to change. I understand there's hundreds, if not thousands of contracts, and perhaps most of them we don't see, but we are seeing, I mean, when we're here, we see a lot of contract changes and a lot of amendments, and it always is more cost. So I just think we need to be very sensitive to that, and sometimes we need to say no to these amendments, for sure, and say, that was the contract, that's what was agreed upon, and the answer is no. Thanks.
Councilmember Capriello.
Just a brief comment. So if we say no to amendments, we'll never get anything done in any project in the city of Fresno, number one. Number two, hundreds and hundreds of contracts, and these amendments brought back to us number in probably in a year less than 100 for the whole year. So in my business, the change of circumstances is what I call it. So there's always a change of circumstances that comes up, and you can't anticipate that. So what do you do to fix it? So you do the best you can. And in our business with city government, it's called change orders. I see Darius Assemi out there, and I know with his Granville Homes, they get change orders and upgrades, and that's just part of business. So we're just part of business here, and I don't see any abuse. I guess the real question, change orders are fine, but have you looked behind the curtain, so to speak, and found some form of abuse? Maybe the analogy of Councilmember Olivier, but this is just part of regular business, at least the business I've been involved with in my 40 years of practicing law and doing other enterprises. So I'll be supporting it, and I know you guys do a great job, and I appreciate it.
And it's a great point, Councilmember Capriello. I will say that these two gentlemen here say no to a lot more change orders than they say yes to. So everything that we're bringing here is probably a small portion of the proposed change orders from the contractors, BRT included.
Right. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Baines.
Just a quick question, Jim. Yeah, do we have a contingency for this project?
Yes, and we're under, or actually we're under our contingency.
So I'm just curious. This wouldn't qualify for a contingency.
It is part of that contingency for the overall project.
This is part of the contingency.
Yes.
So this money's been set aside in the contingency.
Yes.
So, and I'm gonna just really briefly. I mean, no one likes change orders, but this money being set aside in the contingency, how much of the contingency have we spent? Did we, what's that, 10% aside for contingency?
I think we had a 10% contingency for the entire project, and we were roughly around 5 as we neared completion. But then we took some of that contingency because it's federal dollars and we'd like to utilize it, and we purchased additional spares and items like that. So I don't know exactly where we're at with the contingency, but we're still under, right?
Yeah, and so from my perspective, my colleagues do bring up good points. I think overall it's probably unclear exactly to the dais at least what the specific need is for. However, I do know in projects large and small, a contingency is set aside for these very types of issues, and it seems like we've been doing a pretty good job of managing the contingency fund, keeping it under budget. And in this case, I'm assuming the contingency fund should have been close to $5 million on this project or something like that.
Roughly, yes.
Yeah. So the extra $172,000 out of the contingency fund, I don't necessarily have a problem with today.
And we did take as informational this project, the entire BRT project, to the Transportation Subcommittee in the past, just to give an update. And at that point in time, the comment was made that we've done a very good job of managing the contingency. So.
Thank you, Jim. Just wanted to make a very quick comment because I think that what Councilmember Baines brought up, I think it's an important point. Maybe what you guys should do also as part of your staff report, include that, because I think what we commonly see, especially when we're talking about fiscal impact, I always see when it's not related to general fund, it's always, well, it's funded by a grant. And so it seems like, okay, so it's funded by a grant and we should be okay. But I think that it is important for us to know as part of the grant and the budget, if there is contingency to make a note of that so that we know that we're trying to be as fiscally responsible as possible. So just, for future, just because I think good points have been raised by my colleagues, and I think that it'll give us a better picture, because from what you see in the staff report doesn't say anything like that. All it says is it's covered by the grant, period. And so I think that we need a little bit more than that. So I would encourage you guys to include that information. The question I think I had and you kind of answered was, if we didn't tap into this contingency, what could we use the money for? And so you just kind of said we could buy other gadgets and address other needs. So could you maybe elaborate on that?
Sure. We can't use it for just anything. It has to be for the BRT project itself. And so what we elected to do was primarily buy spares units, not a bus, but spare communication cabinets, spare PG&E pedestals, spare glass for the stations. Those types of items we were able to purchase that would offset our future operating costs.
What about costs like the Wi-Fi? Would that be included as part of this? Or could it potentially be?
It could. We had removed that from the scope and looked for other sources for the Wi-Fi. So we tend to have that covered already.
For the entire system, I thought it was only going to be for certain.
We're doing a pilot, not so much from a funding standpoint, but a technical standpoint. I'm not big on introducing new technology without proving it out. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Perfect. Well, and I think that that's a great point in terms of where we can find the cost savings, even though it's from a grant. We know that there's other opportunities to invest in maybe other equipment or other gadgets that are eligible under the funding. So I would be interested in ensuring that we are doing our best to ensure that we are saving so that if there's opportunities to do that. I get it that you're not a big fan of trying maybe new technologies, but I am. And so I encourage us to, because I think that it works in other cities. We're not reinventing reinventing the wheel. And so, these are opportunities where we can use some of those dollars for those things that I think that there was support from a number of folks on this dais to move forward with that. So thank you. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, and just briefly, I'm going to support this today. But I do want to say, the example of building a home and there are change orders. Listen, if I enter into an agreement to buy a home for $300,000, we have the agreement, and when it's time to pay for it, it's now $350 or $400. You're going to run into a problem. I mean, I enter into contracts all the time. We have an agreement. If there's some cost, sometimes the people who agreed on the contract eat the costs. But I think too often in government, we're just willing to just overlook it. It's government, these change orders. There's agreement, there's a contract, we ought to follow through, we ought to hold people we enter into agreements with to the letter of the contract, and that's what I think we ought to do. But I'm going to support this today.
Just a brief response. That's exactly what we have here as a contingency, and we're within the bounds of our contract. I see the heads going up and down. So we're clearly within the bounds of our contract. We're just putting the council and the public on notice of where we're going with our funds. Thank you.
Great. So is there a motion? Motion by Councilmember Baines, second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 6-0 with oh, sorry, 1 no? Oh yeah, I forgot about you. I'm so sorry. 5-1 with Councilmember Chavez absent. Next, we have item 1D. Also transportation.
Council President, before we have a presentation, because we had a lot of this debate, for me, and Councilman Capriolio and I were talking, for me it's about, I would love to see some of these things have one more level of oversight. I'm not even actually claiming that these things are unnecessary. So with that being said, I don't even know, unless, for the sake of time, unless you guys want to hear this, I'm going to be a no vote for here again. If somebody would like to make a motion and you could proceed.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Capriolio and a second by Councilmember Baines. Any opposition?
Yes.
1. Oh, we'll go out to the public. Excuse me, out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, so we do have a motion and a second. Any opposition?
Yes.
1, so 5-1 with Councilmember Chavez. 6-1 then. And Councilmember Chavez just entered. Next, we will move on. I think that's done with consent. So we'll go to approval of minutes. Are there any changes to the minutes of November 8th?
No changes.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Capriolio. Second by Councilmember Baines. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Next, council member reports and comments. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. I hate to start off with a negative, but I do have some concerns. Several of my constituents have called the office and have indicated that the 180 closure at Temperance Avenue did not have enough signage for the residents to understand what was going on, how to get on, how to get off, and the alternative routes. So I understand the closure and its necessity, but I don't know if we have to work with Caltrans or whom to advise our taxpayers, that's our favorite word today, of the changes that are occurring. So I think we should reach out and try to explain that situation to the residents of the area, and most importantly, to let us, our offices, all the council members' offices, know when these things occur so we can anticipate that and even put out technology notices to everyone concerned. So I'd really like to see some improvement on that and answer a couple of questions with regard to the closure.
Councilmember Capriolio, that's actually a DPU project, I'm being told, and we will look into it and get back with your office on what else we can do.
I appreciate it. And then, as I say, in the future, perhaps, I know there's lots of growth in our community and in our various districts, so I think all the offices need to be advised of when a major thoroughfare like Temperance is impacted, or 180 freeway. So thank you for that. Next, I want to remind everyone that this Saturday, very important day, Fresno State will be facing Boise at the championship game for the Mountain West Conference, and it's really, really important. So I wish I could be there. Instead, I want to encourage everyone to be bold, wear your red, your blue, or your white to support the Fresno State Bulldogs, and we wish them the best of luck. I was actually trying to get a group together to paint that field red, but didn't quite work out that way, and the repercussions were severe, I was told. So anyway, we'll just bring back the trophy, that's all. I do want to thank Public Works, Jill Cromley, and our police officers for their hard work in getting that much-needed sidewalk in front of Tioga schools, Tioga Elementary School. That enables the students, of course, to cross the street safely to and from school. So I really appreciate that. And finally, our District 4 Operation Gobble was a huge success. It occurred last Tuesday, the 20th, at Wesley United Methodist Church. We had over 100 volunteers on a 2-day basis, including a lot of youth, which is very encouraging that they have community consciousness and want to give back to our community. So we had Thanksgiving, complete total meals for 600 people, from vegetables to stuffing to gravy to pumpkin pie, gravy, everything that you can imagine. We even included a roasting pan this year. So if we do the math and there's 600 families received all that food, that serves about 2,400 individuals. So I'm very proud of our community. I want to thank everybody, especially our sponsors. We partnered with Winco Foods, Harris Construction, Meathead Movers had their largest truck with two truckloads full of pallets of food for the community. PG&E, Reyes Coca-Cola, AmeriGuard, Caglia Environmental, the Fresno Police Chaplaincy. Chief Dyer's there. I know he supports the chaplaincy a lot, and we do too. We thank them so much for their participation. Fort Bay Farms, Ronnie and Annabelle Aldretti, Republic Services, Mid-Valley Disposal, Nuttall Coleman and Drandell Attorneys, Zinkin Enterprises, of course, Darius with Granville Homes, very generous. And Councilmember Olivier is not here, but not only did he contribute financially, but he had a staff out there helping us. So hats off to Councilman Olivier and his crew. Daniel and Sharon Baradat, the Standard Restaurant and Lounge, and literally hundreds of people that came out. So we were able to provide a complete turkey dinner for those less fortunate than us. So I want to thank everybody for that. My last request, Council President, that we adjourn today's meeting in loving memory of Mary Stanley. She passed away on November 3rd. Our prayers and thoughts are with her family, and she was a true pioneer with women in politics in the Fresno community, starting with our first Lady Mayor back in the day, and we're going to present, signed by the entire council, this memorial to the Stanley family. So thank you all for granting that and for signing our motion here. Thank you.
Looks like the screen is clear. I just want to make one announcement. I'm doing my 6th annual holiday toy drive. There are a number of businesses in District 1 who are participating, like Sequoia Brewery, Gazebo Gardens, Casa de Tamales, Chicken Pot Pie, High Top Coffee, Irene's, the Big Red Church, Boca Taqueria, El Patio, and Tower Yoga. So want to encourage the community to support the underserved children in the city of Fresno by contributing a toy this year. And I want to thank everyone for all the businesses for their support. So next we'll go on to the 10 a.m. scheduled item. This is the action pertaining to the fiscal year 2019 budget update. City Manager's Office.
Good morning, Council President Soria, Council members, Henry Fierro, Budget Manager. Just want to make sure, can you hear me? Fine? Okay. The item before you is the FY 2019 budget update. My presentation is specifically going to focus on the general fund aspect. As part of the FY 2018 reconciliation process, a reconciliation of revenues and expenditures was completed. The process resulted in an actual carryover of $8.8 million, which came in higher than the budgeted amount of $9.5 million. The $8.8 million of unanticipated carryover is a significant amount, but relative to the overall budget, it equates to a variance of less than 3%. Just as a reference, a 1% variance equates to approximately $3.4 million. The $8.8 million unanticipated carryover resulted from $4.5 million in unanticipated revenues and $4.3 million of unanticipated net expenditure savings. Key items that contributed to the unanticipated revenues were sales tax came in higher at $2.3 million, property tax came in higher at $1.3 million. In addition, intergovernmental revenues came in $500,000 higher than expected, primarily due to greater requests by Cal OES for the fire department's assistance towards ever-growing statewide fires. But it should be noted that such reimbursements are recovered by the departments for their expenditures associated with their assistance. The $4.3 million in net expenditure savings were primarily due to $1 million in natural attrition savings. Also, $1.6 million in citywide projects that were not completed in FY 2018 need to be rebudgeted in this current fiscal year in order to be completed. A listing of those rebudgeted items is included in your staff report. We also experienced lower interdepartmental charges as a result of fewer fleet service requests and fleet fuel charges. And lastly, we also had lower transfers as budgeted. So after the $1.6 million in rebudgeted projects are taken into account, the net unanticipated carryover is $7.2 million. The administration is recommending that of the $7.2 million, $5.5 million be assigned to public safety, $682,900 towards economic development, and the remaining funds be used for other critical needs as shown in your attachment. This completes my presentation. I don't have anything additional to add to the staff report. I believe the department directors and staff are available to answer any questions you may have related to the recommended items. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wish to comment on this item? If you can state your name, address for the record, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. Michael Prandini, representing the Building Industry Association, 420 Bullard Avenue, Clovis, Suite 105. And just here to represent the industry and support the budget resolution specifically for the allocation to the fire department for the construction of Fire Station 18. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council President and members. Nathan Alonzo with the Fresno Chamber. So on behalf of our organization, we are here to express our organization's support for this appropriation amendment. We believe that the recommendations for additional funding in parks, public safety, and public works is both timely and needed in order to address some of the glaring needs that these 3 critical departments have, especially with the fire station and some of the other needs that we have in parks and some of the outstanding projects in public works. So we ask for your support.
Thank you. If you can state your name and address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council President, Council. Joshua Peterson, Wathen Castanos Homes. I'd also like to echo the support of transferring the funds, especially to the fire department. We're currently building approximately 720 houses, 100 of which are sold in your district near the Central Unified Campus. We see it as a high need for life and fire safety. Currently, there's a temporary fire station. Many builders, as you may know, have been conditioned with the completion of a fire station prior to an occupancy permit, and it's really inhibited growth west of 99. One other thing I'd like the council to consider in the future is if this passes or approved today, along with the fee structure in the future that's necessary to construct this fire department, if the builders that are within the life safety area of the temporary fire station, that condition would be removed and they would be able to continue to build and sell houses. The builders that are outside the life safety sphere of the temporary fire station, we understand that this fire station would need to be constructed first. But that's one other thing I'd like the council to consider.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is good, right? Good morning. I'm Leanne Eager, President and CEO of Fresno County Economic Development Corporation. Before I talk about this issue, just really quickly, I want to thank Councilmember Baines and Councilmember Olivier for your 8 years of service to the community, and not just your particular areas, but for the city of Fresno in general. Hopefully I'll be able to say this again later, but you've been amazing council people for all of us here in Fresno, so thank you so much. Moving on, here we are again. Part of this issue is moving some money in to do an EIR for the reverse triangle. I have in front of me a list of projects that the EDC has waiting for land, that the EDC has waiting to put businesses on that land and people to work. And so in order to get that done, we need to make sure that the land is ready, that we have an EIR in place so that we can sell that land to people to put folks to work. And every year we come here and say, let's make sure that we have more businesses moving into Fresno. Let's make sure that we put more people to work, especially in those areas of town that need it the most. And then we come across, oh, but we don't want to put it here. Oh, but we don't want to put the land there. The EIR now will get us past that hurdle, right? To say, here's all the things that we need to do to make sure we're doing this right. And these folks aren't going to wait 3 years in order to bring their business here. They want that done now. So to get this EIR going, to hire the consultant that you're going to vote on at 2:15, I think, in order to start this immediately is imperative for the work that we all want to do going forward. I'm trying to put people to work here, and I need your help in order to do that. So thank you so much.
Before you go, thank you for your service, your leadership. I've been involved with you for various projects, and you're always at the cutting edge, the tip of the spear, as they say. So thank you for composing that list, and we will be bringing them into our great community of Fresno after the vote in a few minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You can state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning. I'm John Brelsford, 7519 North Ingram. I'm the owner and president of Diversified Development Group, and I build primarily concrete tilt-up distribution type facilities in the city of Fresno and the county. I want to highly recommend and encourage you to approve the EIR. It's absolutely imperative to have any of this property ready to go for any size type tenant that would come in, particularly large ones. There are also smaller tenants that come in and fill buildings, and it's imperative that we have this established and ready to go. I highly recommend your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public who wish to comment on the item before us? If you can state your name and address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Can I take 5? Just kidding.
You only have 3.
No. Good morning, Council President Soria. I got cut by 2, and members of the council. Darius Assemi, 1396 West Herndon in Fresno. I too support your entire package today, amendment, including the EIR for the industrial, the funding for public safety, and also the funding for the fire station west of 99, which is much needed for not only new development, but current development that provides additional emergency services, the paramedics to the existing homeowners, the homes and households that live west of 99, especially south of Shaw, around the Polk area. So I urge a yes vote on the entire cleanup, and happy holidays, Merry Christmas. It's been raining, great weather outside, so looking forward for a yes vote from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wish to comment on this item? Great, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. I will just kind of kick off with some remarks. I want to thank the number of builders here in the audience today. I know that over the last few months, we've been working along with the administration, my council colleague, on trying to find a solution to ensure that development in the West area happens. And as you guys have heard me in meetings, I'm supportive of the development happening, especially in the area that I represent. It is much needed. The West Area Specific Plan that is happening is going to complement all the work that is being done by all of you guys. So I want to thank you guys for being here and being supportive and working with us to find a solution. And I look forward to, in a couple of months, bringing back that fee structure to make sure that we can complete the dollars that are needed to build that needed permanent fire station. I know that in the conversations with our chief, she has mentioned how critical this permanent fire station is for the city of Fresno, the existing neighborhoods that exist there, but most importantly for the growth that is to happen in that area. So I just want to thank you guys for all working together to make sure that happens, and hopefully we can get the support from my colleagues to ensure that those investments are happening in the West area where it's much needed. And so I'll go pass it along to Councilmember Brando.
Thank you, Council President. A few minutes ago, Councilman Baines and I were talking about, that his days are short left, and he was talking about some of the things that it takes a lot of time to do. We were even discussing, and I think Clint would probably agree, I think if we could get it under the wire, it'd be great if council members could serve for 12 years. It takes a couple of years to get on a learning curve, and then you have these big projects. One of the things for me, it's been a couple. One of them is Veterans Boulevard. We're getting closer on that one. But another one is pure and good development west of 99. And so that's been a concern of mine really since I came into office. I represent a portion of that area along with Councilman Baines and Council President Soria. And that's led myself and my colleagues to promote west of 99, or West Area Specific Plan, which is underway and going strong and going to bring forth some great results that allow us to aggressively support west of 99, which is our growth one area for the city of Fresno. That's where we're going to see tens of thousands of new residents in the next decade. So that's fantastic. One of the holdups has been a fire station that's been talked about by Council President and a lot of the folks that came to the dais today. We tried to pass this in the budget in June, and it didn't quite make it. I made a motion, but I understand there were some other priorities. But it became glaringly obvious since then that we were in a de facto building moratorium. Here we are in our number one growth area, and we have a building moratorium. That just doesn't work, right? So I want to thank Mayor Brand and a lot of the folks that you see came forward today, the development community, for not letting that fade away since June, for getting right back on topping it and bringing it to us today so that we can put it into that de facto moratorium and get construction underway west of 99 and continue moving forward with the great things that are going to happen west of 99. And right now, the key to that is to pass this budget update today that includes that fire station. It's a huge commitment on behalf of the city of Fresno, but it's also going to be a commitment on the development community. So we appreciate that partnership. The second thing that I would like to chat about a little bit, and I mentioned this on KMJ yesterday. The other very valuable thing to me inside of this list that make up the $8.8 million is exactly what Leanne Ager talked about today, is the EIR for that section of town that she illustrated with that list of potential companies that want to locate here in Fresno. It's not sexy, I said on KMJ yesterday, but it's very important for our community to get that EIR done. Hopefully avoid struggles. We're in one right now with people who are claiming that we're not doing everything that we should do. It begins with doing a proper EIR. And if we can get that piece of land, that area, or actually quite a substantial area underneath the EIR, that would really streamline us going forward and pave the way for these wonderful projects. So on this great list, there's some things in here that I could live without or have some give or take. I'll be very open to what my colleagues say on that. But these two things for me are fundamental, is to get this EIR done. And Leanne, bring those thousands of jobs. Mayor, bring those thousands of jobs that we want to bring to our citizens, and then get this fire station built so we can continue west of 99. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you. You know, this is a great day for Fresno. You have $1 billion plus budget every year, and it's not often that we will be able to look at unanticipated funds, new money, if you will. And today is one of those great days. I wish we had this day every month. So I think all my colleagues would agree that we have so many needs and so limited budget. So it's great to see this. I've looked at the list. Of course, everyone knows my passion for District 4 is a multi-generational community center. I'm the only district without a community center, and my colleagues have been gracious enough to support me with initial down payment, if you will. So I see this one-time funding, new money, if you will, and I understand that there's numerous projects on here, and I don't think that, I guess you could say that if we don't do the upgrades to the fire station, we'd have to take a loan out to do that. If we don't upgrade or do the EIR, we may have to take a loan to do that, or regional. If we don't implement each and every one of these, you could make that argument, I guess. But this is one-time money. It's available to us. It's available to our council districts. It's available to our long-term plan. And with the long-term plan heading, I'd like to make a motion to take the North Central deficit payoff, $1,390,100, as well as the Crescent Fountain repair contract at $340,000. That's a total of $1,730,000, and move that into, I would assume it'd be Parks, since I'm working directly with them to develop this community center. That would get us a little over halfway to our mandatory goal to just do the building. The land is a different deal, but the building itself is over $5 million. So this would help get us to that goal that my colleagues have graciously supported me in throughout this process. So I would make that motion to move that money accordingly.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Brandau.
Perfect. Councilmember Capriolio, thank you for that. I'd be supportive of that motion. I also wanted to include, if you would allow me to amend your motion to include part of the HERO team contractual line item. I'd like to, there are some other park needs that we have that we've been working with our Parks Department and kind of tiering them out. And so wanted to see if we could use those as also potential. So since those other two funding sources are going to Parks, would like to include the $420,000 for additional needs in the Parks, one-time needs that we have.
You know, I'd be happy. I have that list in my hand here, and unfortunately, we don't have enough funding for all that without adjusting this this great opportunity with new money. But I'd be happy to amend the motion to include that.
Perfect.
Council President, I was the second, so could you clarify what you want to do with the HERO team? What are you saying again?
Using the allocation, the $420,000, to address some of the one-time needs that we have in our existing neighborhood parks. We have a laundry list of needs that have been presented to the subcommittee that had been working on the issue. And so there's a gap, and I think this would help do a little bit of a dent on that gap.
So I'd like to address that HEAP funding, if I may. So that is a contractual obligation that should have been included in the current budget, but it was not. And so there is a existing agreement. It's money that we are obligated to pay. And so this is kind of a cleanup item, if you will. And I know that we have been working with the budget subcommittee, but there was $1 million that you all made a motion for and approved with this current budget for just those parks needs that Council President mentioned, and we still are waiting on that list from Council to move forward with those. So our recommendation would be to pay off the contractual obligation we have for the $420,000.
Hold on. Can the city attorney weigh in on this issue? Because I know that there were some questions raised prior to the meeting regarding the contractual obligation that is being explained to us.
Right. Concerning the HERO contract, we were looking, we could not find a current contract payment obligation. We found that there's an agreement that has been extended from time to time, but not a current obligation to make a payment, plus agreements, and we need to check, typically have a non-appropriation provision, so if the council fails to appropriate, then the contract terminates anyway. So we've not been able to locate a current contract obligation.
So, City Attorney, I show that we have a fourth amendment that goes until June 30th, 2019. So are you seeing that on your end as well?
Was that approved by council?
I just have some notes in front of me. I don't.
Let us check further.
Okay, thanks.
We have an unexecuted version of it, so we're not sure. We're going to check the original contract for a non-appropriation provision too. You can give us a couple of minutes.
Okay. Is there anyone?
Can we take a few minutes? So I think, City Manager, one of the problems is things like the HERO team go, 12, 18, sometimes 24 months without us getting caught up on what they're doing. And so it becomes a little sketchy for us.
Right, and I have a concern too, because defunding the HERO team really would be abandoning a lot of our homelessness efforts. And so I'm happy to bring a workshop forward so that you do see the work that they're doing, but to me, it's problematic if we defund that.
As the second of the motion, I'd be inclined to listen to my colleagues and see what they want to do, but I would be open to to that amendment. I'd like to hear a little bit more. I'd like to get clarification from the city attorney. And then maybe there's another path. Maybe we need to reestablish that contract if it's the desire of council. So, but I am very open to Council President's amendment. So I do want to get the final word on that contract.
And we could always come back, right? We're a few months also from initiating new budget negotiations, so.
Right.
But I think that there's an opportunity. So if you.
Council, according to Gloria Myers, the Fourth Amendment has not been executed.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's no binding agreement for us?
We're not aware of any current contract
Okay.
obligation. The city clerk is checking her files too.
Okay.
So
I'd like to move forward with it if my council colleagues are agreeable to that.
And Councilman Bredefeld, you had a question about the 420. Is that right? The money that Council President's
The question I have with Councilman Capriola, you want to use the north deficit, the north central 1.39 plus the money that's allocated for the Crescent Fountain repairs 340, so it's about 1.7 million. Is that solely supposed to be used for the community center?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so none of that money would be utilized in parks for our districts. Okay, now the HERO team contract, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say it is a community center in the location of District 4, which is really, in my view, the heart of the city.
Mm-hmm.
And this location would service all the districts, especially yours, mine, and Clint's.
Understand.
Because we're very, very close to that location. That's why we selected that location.
Understand.
Okay.
And
You're welcome.
the money you were talking about for the HERO contract, you wanted to put in parks, was that for our districts for different needs in our different districts for parks, or?
Talking about
Yeah, and we have the list.
As you recall, there was $1 million, I don't remember the date of it, but we went through the process of asking our Parks Department if they would put together a list of priorities from their perspective, not from us as advocates, because each one of us we'd fall on a sword for our district to get some park improvements.
Sure.
We all understand that. So they came back with a list that I'm holding, and that totaled $1 million. They also had a second part of the list says other considerations, and that's what President Soria is addressing. For instance, the new modulars, El Dorado at 150, JSK at 25, Van Ness Triangle at 50, $1,000 that is on each of these. Quigley at approximately 100,000, St. Rest at 58,000. That would assist with irrigation and sod improvement. So these are not necessarily my requests or any of us in particular. This is what was produced by the department. And it's submitted to us for our review, consideration, and hopeful approval.
Okay, and so you're talking about taking 420 and applying it to those needs, that there's $1 million request there.
We have the $1 million on the top features that's been approved. We're talking about the heading of other considerations, which are probably about 8 or 9 items here from various districts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Sorry, about 5 and 7.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right.
So council, excuse me, can we consider that $1 million list approved then? Because I know that staff was waiting for the subcommittee to approve that list. So it has been approved. So we can move forward with those projects.
If the 420 gets approved, yes, that list will get approved, plus the additional ones that we will be adding today. So
going back to the 420,
conditional.
I would like Tim Orman Tim has been working closely with HSBs on the HERO team item, and I would like for him H is not here this week, but I would like for Tim to address the council about what it means to defund the HERO team. So Tim, do you mind coming up? Okay, thanks.
The HERO team are mental health professionals, navigators that go out with the police department every day when they go talk to the homeless people. If we move this $420,000, that stops tomorrow because there's no funding for the contract. Westcare will not, Westcare, Paparello House, the other people involved in it will not continue that service. We have a severe homeless problem in this community. We've been the most effective community on the West Coast in reducing homelessness, although there is much more to be done. And to me, it's a step in the absolute wrong 180-degree backwards direction to defund the HERO team. H knows a lot more about it. We've got some very good statistics on the number of people they've helped, the number of people that they've helped to take off the street with the HERO team, and I just think it'd be a mistake to take that money away from them, particularly when we're also starting the process of creating an incredible partnership with Fresno County to develop Streets to Home to comprehensively address the homeless partner with the City of Fresno, the County of Fresno, Continuum of Care, Housing Authority, and service providers to address what people tell me constantly is the most pressing quality of life issue in the City of Fresno, as well as every other city in California. And I just think we should look for other ways to find additional money for parks and not take it from the HERO team. And that's my best HSP's sermon I can give this afternoon or morning.
Mr. Orman, I just had a quick question, and Council President, thank you. So explain the part again, if this is done today, the 420 is moved today,
I mean, I haven't...
There's no more
Clint, it's
HERO
not that,
team.
It's not that 420, it's a different 420.
Oh, you are funny. You are very funny. But the question is, and that, you know what? That's going to provide a lot of money for homeless as well. But let me get back to this.
My understanding is this $420,000 funds work Westcare has already done and continuing to work that goes through the end of the year. So if it's not funded, they're not going to get paid for any work they would do tomorrow forward.
Then what organization picks up the slack? What organization goes out and...
No
and
organization picks up the slack.
So there's nobody to contact the homeless and offer them services besides the police?
Just police. They don't have the mental health professionals.
Council, I think we need to think twice on this one.
That's what I asked. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here's the problem that I have with that rationale, and I checked with the city attorney. I'm the one that actually checked to see what the current contract was, and there has been no current contract with them. We've been doing extension after extension on this HERO program, and I know that heroes usually wear capes and masks, and they've been pretty elusive because I don't ever remember them being in my district when I had the homeless issue. And this goes at the heart of where I think this council's going to have to tackle the big issue coming up with homelessness and what that looks like, because we keep doing the same thing over and over and getting the same results, and yet we keep pumping money into this issue. And I know that, you know, HPeace is working on this presentation, but here's a question I have. What have been the performance outcomes and results of all these millions of dollars that the city has been spending on the homeless services? Because I don't know. We keep doing extension after extension, so I don't believe that we should be funding this program. I think what we should do is we should wait for this presentation that H has been working on, which, quite frankly, I don't know what he's been working on. I haven't been included very much in the conversation. I know that my colleagues haven't. After we get that plan, then we can talk about allocating services. And if an organization has been rendering services to us and not getting paid, how does that, who appropriated that? I don't remember voting on that contract. Did we vote on a contract in September, City Attorney?
No, not this year.
Okay, thanks.
Great. I think Councilmember Chavez brought up an excellent point. I think, obviously, we all recognize that there's an issue in terms of homelessness, but I think that we also need accountability and really measures that satisfies this council. And so I'm still supportive of making sure that the $420,000 is utilized for these needs that we have in our parks system. Councilmember Baines.
Thank you, Council President. So this is actually a really good discussion on a complicated issue, and I actually, Councilmember Chavez brought up some good points a moment ago that I wholeheartedly agree with. I really do agree we can't keep throwing money at the problem, expecting, you know, more money at the problem, expecting different results. But I will say this, because that is absolutely true. However, the homeless problem, from my perspective, it may be the most complex social issue that any city in the country is facing. Fresno, no exception to that. We can't fix the homeless problem ourselves is the main issue. So we don't get a lot of resources as city government to actually expend towards the homeless situation at all. The county, as we know, gets most of that money. I am absolutely in favor of us furthering our relationship with the county to make sure that we have a comprehensive homeless solution. And we seem to be going in that direction. I am troubled by the fact that we would be, in essence, taking a step backward with this movement today. That does concern me, and mainly because I represent a district, and not that we all don't share in the homeless problem in the city of Fresno. I will say that the homeless problem in District 3 is probably the most glaring. While we all share it, it's the most glaring, I think, in my district. So what I do think, we do deserve a further discussion on this. I think it's a worthy discussion because as much as homelessness is a problem, all of you know what I feel about parks, and parks is a major priority of mine, has been since the moment I walk through the door, and will be when the moment I leave out of the building. So I think both topics deserve a fuller discussion, and what I would suggest, Councilmember Brandow and I had a slight sidebar, what I would suggest is there seems to be great consensus on every other item on this list. And even the initial amendment. I'm wondering if we can bring this back and talk about this next week, where we actually do get some other questions asked by Councilmember Chavez about the statistics and what's actually been done. I think there's some confusion, and it's a worthy discussion because I think we do need to know how the money's being spent. and see if there's a way potentially, and I'm hoping the administration is listening to this last point, because I think you can hear the sentiment of the council and the desire to want to put more money into the park system. We probably should be figuring out a way if we can do both. We're talking about $420,000. We think we want to do more with our park system. We do not want to abandon the homeless situation either. We don't even want it to appear as though we're doing that. So I'm wondering if there's a legitimate way for us to work out where we can actually fund both priorities with some of the questions being answered by council. So I would submit that as maybe the ugliest middle ground possible today, but because I think it just is worth a further discussion. So for whatever it's worth, council, those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Bates, I think that you bring up a good suggestion. I wouldn't be opposed to it if the council wants to move in that direction in terms of not allocating it to the HERO team, but waiting. I would be comfortable doing that and making sure that this council receives a thorough presentation in terms of really what we're getting out of the investments that we have continuously made. So I would be supportive of doing that.
So I think my motion then would be to approve the recommendations with my modifications as recited, and that we would exclude the HERO team, take your amendment away, and set that for another day for a further discussion.
The way I would categorize it, council member, if you decide to go that route, is to withhold that portion, to withhold the HERO portion and allow for us to come back and further discuss it. I think that would
Completely remove it from today's
I do.
decision.
I think if you frame the motion that way, it's probably cleaner.
All right, well, I'll frame it that way. It's framed.
Councilmember Chavez.
I'm certainly open to that proposal, but I will be very upfront and blunt with folks. I know they're listening. I've gotten a flurry of text messages. I think this council really needs to have a comprehensive, in-depth conversation about homeless services. And and I know that organizations are out there and they're doing great work. But the problem that the city of Fresno has, i.e. every council member on this dais gets those calls when we get homeless situations in our district, is we are trying to address the piece where we're trying to solve that problem on the front end. There are other organizations that are doing a lot of great work, whether it's housing, mental health, substance abuse, and Councilmember Baines is 100% right. This is a very complicated issue. But I think we need to start taking these layers off, because there's this revolving door of folks that go into services and then they don't have the long-term solution and come right back out, and we keep pumping millions of dollars into this revolving door. And at some point, we have to ask the tough questions on, one, as good stewards of taxpayers, how much money are we spending in homeless services? And two, the more important question is, what are the results and specific outcomes that we are achieving? Because if we're just babysitting or transporting people or not really serving them in a way, we keep tackling the same issue over and over. So I'll just flag it for the administration now. I think this council needs not just a workshop. I think we need to do a full performance and financial audit of all the millions of dollars that we're spending on homeless services from the city's point of view. Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Is that included as part of your motion?
I thought Councilmember Chavez, I was seconding your motion there, and several, it's not a motion, but I think it should be in some form or another, but several years ago, and
I'll make the motion.
There you go. I would second that. But my concerns primarily, though, is I've asked for accountability, as you've suggested in the past, and the result was a sheet of paper with a lot of lines, a few first names, a few contact dates, and the rest was blank. And so I made a further inquiry as to these columns and how do we get that information. And bottom line was it's privileged private information. Really? So with that, I have no accountability from whoever was running MapPoint or whatever the name of it is, but I was never provided any information, and it's hard as an attorney to go behind a privileged communication or something of that nature. I understand it. I don't accept it. I don't like it, and I support Member Chavez's concerns, and that accountability is long overdue. We need to peel the onion and see where we are.
Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio. Councilmember Brenda.
All right, so as the second then, is this what I'm to understand? So we're going to go back to the main item with Councilmember Capriolio's motion, which was my second. We're dropping the HERO team conversation out of today's budget update. We're going to tackle it before the end of the year. Can we do that at least? And make a decision there? And that will give everybody enough time to have their offline conversations. Is that what we're doing? Yeah.
Well, hopefully before the end of the year. If not, I think
next week.
we need to make sure that we get the answers, because I will say it's kind of sad that we can't even get an answer today as to how great this program is. You know, so I think that if we can do it before the end of the year, good. If not, I think that I'm ready to proceed, because I don't have a problem with
We will
mixing.
bring next week, we'll have an item on the agenda that will go over everything that Tim Orman provided highlights for. So we're happy to do that. And then on the initial motion, I would like Jane to speak about the North Central deficit. And
Excuse me.
Okay, and then before we move that money to the multi-generational center in District 4, I just want to make sure that council's aware that by doing that, we still have this deficit that we have to address. And so, Jane, do you mind?
Well, no, I just wanted to make it clear that because of that, we will be bringing forward as a part of the 2020 budget, as per the Reserve Management Act, a loan, an interfund loan, as we've done before, that will be paid off over the course of the next 2 to 5 years and to repay that deficit. And so that will be part of the 2020 budget. So at any rate, I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that that will be part of the budget presentation next year.
If I may, with the budget presentation of $1 billion, I'm sure we can find enough money, fresh money, new money to pay that off. If we can't, then I want to be on that committee, because I'll find it. Out of $1 billion, I will find it, for starters. And I don't know that we would have to take loans out, as I stated in my original comments, on these other improvements. So if we don't do this, we have to take out loans and this and that. I have a hard time understanding that. This is $8 million, $7.2 million of new money, and we chose our improvements that we'd like to see, as well as what the administration would like. So I stand by my motion and my concerns.
Yeah. And I think I still have the floor, right, Council President? Okay. But that all clarified everything. So I would like to continue with the original motion made by Councilman Capriolio. Now we've removed the debate about the HERO team. We're going to tackle that at the Council President scheduling. It could be as soon as next week, but definitely this year. Inside of that discussion, it could be a very vibrant discussion. Maybe we can do what Council Member Baines is discussing and find a way of funding both. That would always be great. Maybe it takes a more in-depth look, like Councilman Chavez is suggesting. So Councilman Chavez, rather than do a motion today, I'd love to have that debate, and I would suggest that we do a more formal request, like even a resolution form, which I would love to co-sponsor with you, asking for an audit of the services supported by the City of Fresno in regards to homeless, not just the HERO team, but all services, and ask what is actually happening on the field. And maybe if we don't have the capacity to do that kind of audit, turn around and do it in-house, we could appeal to Assemblyman Arambula or one of our other state leaders to help us take a little deeper dive into those agencies and the things that they provide in homeless operations. If you'd be open to bringing back a resolution with me when we have this discussion?
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. I think it's long overdue, and let's absolutely do it.
All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Actually, there'd be 3 of us on that resolution on this issue. The other thing I would like to ask the administration is, when you do the breakdowns or whatever, could we do it by district? I'd like to know specifically in District 4 what improvements, if any, have been made there, or how this has functioned in my district, because I certainly don't see it, and I think my colleagues would join in that request as well. So district by district, please. Do I have that consensus from everybody? Thank you.
But the good thing is, we're back to the basics. We're passing good use with this money today. Again, I'd like to thank the mayor and the community for keeping us on task on both the EIR and the fire station in west of 99. And Councilman Capriolio, always moving forward with your multi-generational community center.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I just want to address the deficit payoff. I'm going to support what we're doing today, but in order to avoid some interfund loan, which got paid off over the last several years, you said, Councilman Capriola, that you'll find the money. Is there some way that I'm going to support this today, but that you can come up with some kind of strategy, some kind of plan to do that? So it isn't something that just, gets carried over and then now we've got a loan, and which I know you don't want to do. And I know you're, fiscally responsible, want to make sure we don't get those kinds of debts. Is there some way that you can do that? Maybe sit down with Jane, budget
Actually,
people?
I'd like to sit with the mayor. He has the team that presents that budget, the details. We get the I don't want to say superficial, but a top layer of the budgeting process, not the depth part of it. But I'd be more than happy to sit with Mayor Brand and discuss that item.
Okay, I'm just wondering, when they're coming back is it next week you're coming back with the HERO information? Is there some way you can present that, or Paul, with the mayor, kind of come up with a strategy that this can be still paid off? Mayor, is that possible? You're nodding yes. So I just would like to do that. I don't want to just ignore this. I want to support this today, but I don't want to ignore this. So is that, City Manager, is that something that we can also have as a part of the discussion?
Yes, we can look at it. I don't know if there's a million there to pay off this deficit other than doing the interfund loan, but we can look at it.
Okay. I would like to have that discussion as well next week.
Okay.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like the screen is clear. Again, want to thank my colleagues for the robust discussion. We do have a motion on the floor.
Electronic vote?
And a second by Councilmember Brandau. And I think we can do an electronic vote. Again, we're excited. We got an early Christmas. So. Is it on? Oh, I think. Who are you missing, Cindy?
$1,000 to update our technology here.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. Sorry. The electronic version won't work. So we'll go ahead and is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion is carried unanimously with Councilmember Olivier absent. So before we go to break for lunch, we do have the 10 a.m. number 2. So I know it won't take too long if we can just dispose of that before we break for lunch. That's Public Works.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. This is a hearing for a CFD annexation to CFD number 11. Brought by Century Communities for tract 5493, Bryan Avenue, between Shaw and Gettysburg. Council previously approved the resolution of intent. This is now the hearing. We have the ballot from the landowner. It is all in favor. We'd recommend you conduct the hearing and move the item forward in order that the development can occur.
A motion to approve.
Thank you. It's in my district. I'll make a motion, but I'll take your second. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, bring it back. So there is a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Brandau. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Olivier absent. So we're going to start off with, and my apologies to Deborah. I know that you've been patiently waiting, and I totally skipped it. There is a 10:05 a.m. joint meeting of the City of Fresno in its capacity as the housing successor to the redevelopment agency of the City of Fresno, the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of Fresno, and the Fresno Revitalization Corporation. There's a resolution that we're going to take up. And then there's a repayment of affordable housing loan to the City of Fresno. So are we taking those up separately? Yes? Okay. Oh, combined is fine? Okay. So Deborah, do you want to come? $10:05.
Yeah. So Yvonne,
Do A.
you're going to do it? Okay.
So item A under the 1005 is basically designating the positions in the city and on boards and commission that need to submit a 700 form. And so this is the updated list based on the feedback from the departments, and that's what we will base it on next year when it's time for filing the 700 forms. If you have any questions, I'm available.
No questions. I'll make a motion. So there is a motion and a second. Any opposition? Oh, we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. There is a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Caprillo, Baines, and Olivier absent. Next, we have item B, which is a repayment of affordable housing loan to the City of Fresno in the capacity as housing successor related to 1608 and 1636, 1660 Broadway. Debbie.
I'm Deborah Barletta. I'm the CFO of the Housing Successor, the Successor Agency, and FRC. The owner of the property, known as Brio on Broadway, located at 1608 and 1636 to 1660 Broadway, seeks a payoff of two loans totaling $1,740,000 made by the former redevelopment agency. The loans are payable over a period of 35 years, interest-free for the first 10 years from August 18, 2015 through August 17, 2025, and then amortized in equal monthly installments with interest at 1% per annum for the remaining 25 years. The owner, Russell Long, proposes paying off the loans on a net present value basis. The agency sought, upon advice from Bob Williams, Managing Director of RBD Capital Markets, and Russell Long, the owner, agreed to a 4% rate to discount the future loan payments to present value, resulting in a net present value payoff amount of $941,966.44. The lump sum payment enables the agency to immediately reinvest those funds in the production of affordable housing at a critical time of need. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Deb. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Looks like the screen is clear. There's a motion. I'll make a second. Any opposition? Motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Olivier absent. So what we're going to go ahead and do right now, we're going to go to closed session. And we'll come back for the 2 o'clock time.
Is there
item.
any way we could do the 3A right now since staff is here?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you so
We
much.
can do item 3A, which is in general administration, resolution authorizing the submission of grant applications to the California Department of Transportation for the 2019-2020 Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant Program, calls for projects and authorizing the execution of documents by Public Works Director.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. My name is Shelby McNabb. I'm the Grants Administrator with the Department of Public Works. The joint item before you today is a resolution authorizing the submission of grant applications to Caltrans Sustainable Communities Grant Program for 2 planning projects. The first project is for trail wayfinding. The second project will complete smart mobility planning along Blackstone in partnership with the Better Blackstone Association. Both planning projects will be used to seek future grant funding. Staff recommends that Council adopt a resolution authorizing submission of grant applications. This concludes my presentation, and I will be available for questions.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. You know, I've had an opportunity to really get to know and work with the folks at Better Blackstone, and they're doing good work. Happy to make a motion to approve. A couple of weeks ago, I was at COG, and we voted on another grant for the folks over there at Fresno Metro. They're doing a good job. I agree with the aims of what they're trying to accomplish along Blackstone, and I think that anytime you can have an organization like that that's out on the streets and knocking on doors and talking to people, engaging business owners, and getting people to care about their special place in our community and how they can make it better, I think that that's a worthy thing. So I'm happy to make a motion and urge council colleagues for a yes vote. Thank you.
Perfect. So there is a motion by Councilmember Olivier and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Awesome. So I think the screen is clear. The only thing that I will say, I'm also a supportive of this application. I think that it's important that we make these types of investments. And I'm actually excited to see that the city of Fresno is going to continue to benefit from increased dollars that we got from SB1. Thankfully, the gas tax wasn't repealed. So that's what's going to pay for this item, actually. So the dollars come. So. Well, you're supporting it, so I'm just saying, I'm just making it clear that these are the dollars that are being supported today.
In a perfect world, it would have been repealed and we wouldn't have these dollars. But since they're here, let's give them to.
Exactly. Let's make sure that we put them to work in our neighborhoods.
Why you want to shake down the people in the neighborhoods for more tax money? You just got to stop this tax craziness. I've got 3 weeks left and I'm going to say whatever I want to say. Damn it.
So, I make the motion to spend the gas tax money. Perfect. So a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Now we will go to closed session, and then we'll be back for the 2 o'clock timed items.
Yes, in closed session, we have anticipated litigation, City of Fresno and Woodward, and also existing litigation, South Central Neighbors United versus City of Fresno.
Item, which is a resolution establishing an 11-member displacement task force. Darm?
Oh, this is different. Good afternoon, Council President Soria and members of the Council. I'm Sophia Pagalatis with the Development and Resource Management Department. And this item is before you specifically because the housing element requires that a displacement task force be established in 2018 as part of its downtown displacement program. The timing of this item is important in order to maintain good standing with the State Department of Housing and Community Development, which now has enforcement powers over housing elements. Specifically, the Department of HCD can now revoke a housing element for noncompliance. It's important to note that establishing this task force not only implements the housing element, but it would also implement policies in the Downtown Neighborhoods Community Plan and the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan. The purpose of the task force would be to monitor for displacement and to explore ways to provide opportunities for low-income residents and merchants to remain in their neighborhoods if displacement is observed. The task force would be an advisory body. This afternoon, you're being asked to approve the resolution creating the task force, which includes the method of appointment, the number and criteria of the members, and the duration of the task force. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wished to comment on this item? You could come forward. Please state your name, address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Lucio. I work with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Our address is 764 Peace Street, Suite 12. And the reason I'm here is just to talk more about the Displacement Task Force and how we haven't really seen that much community engagement, and we feel like it's a good opportunity to get folks engaged, especially folks that have had displacement issues involved in this task force, since they are the ones with the most, I would say, experience when dealing with these things. And yeah, we're just really hoping to get the community involved right from the very beginning, structure this task force in a way that the majority are residents instead of developers or from the city folks. And the last thing would be, since there is a lot of plans going on throughout the city, not just specific areas, but throughout the city, Fresno continues to be one of the biggest or fastest growing cities in California. So I think we should look at displacement citywide instead of looking at it through just one specific plan. And I think, why not? Like I said, it's so many plans are going on. We're growing so fast. Let's deal with it. Let's prevent it, right? Let's prevent instead of reacting to it later. So thank you so much for your time.
You can state your name, address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Okay. Yes, my name is Dallas Blanchard, and I rent some property at 935 F Street in Chinatown. And in general, I'm in favor of a displacement task force, but I feel this proposal seems a little narrow in its scope. It says that if displacement is occurring because of higher rents, well, displacement occurs for many reasons in addition to higher rents. Displacement occurs in the downtown area because of prolonged construction, the closure of Tulare Street for over a year now, and I haven't seen much construction going on in a long time. And it's not just Tulare, it's also Mono and Kern. That is creating traffic problems for both vehicles and pedestrians. Also the sidewalk closures, Tulare and Van Ness. The sidewalk there has been closed for several months. So if these things can be expedited, that would help in alleviating some of the displacement that's taking place. Also outdated or old zoning laws that residential areas are being considered commercial and vice versa instead of mixed use. Like there's a lot of residential in Chinatown, but it's all zoned commercial. Because of that, we pay higher rates for PG&E, for city utilities, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to broaden the scope of the task force. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Diane Smith. I'm a member of HEAT for Southwest Fresno and a longtime resident of Southwest Fresno. The problem that I have with this issue of the displacement plan is when I first became aware of the Southwest Fresno specific plan, that was one of the questions that repeatedly came up. Never during that period of time before it was approved did anyone come up with the displacement plan that should have been part of it before it got approved. The last time I spoke with someone, I believe it was HB's in February of this year, I asked about this plan. So knowing that it's on the calendar day and seeing that only because of the state of California is now making you do what you need to do, because if you don't do what you need to do in a timely manner, they can revoke your housing element. And it's disgusting and a shame that it takes the federal government or the state of California to force the city of Fresno to do what they need to do. The problem with Southwest Fresno is the plans that you have in place now and the plans that have been discussed over the years are the plans that we never see. And I've learned that over time that when the city says they're going to do something for you, you need to look at it a little bit closer, because basically it's not doing anything for Southwest Fresno. Reading those documents, what I see is gentrification of the Southwest Fresno plan. You can sit up there and say it's not true. You need to read it all the way through. And some of the people that were on the committee that obviously haven't read it don't know what they just did to us. So I want you to know that me, as a resident, longtime resident, raised my son, went to school over there, is going to stay. So I will fight you and continue to fight you, but every means is necessary, whether it's the state of California or whether the federal government, that what is being done is wrong. And if you haven't read the plan completely through, you need to, because it's gentrifying my neighborhood. When you start talking about putting a retail quarter right down the corner of Whitesbridge and 180, that's within my neighborhood. And there are seniors there that have lived there, first home they've ever owned. And if they're displaced, they have nowhere to go. It's already been established that the rent in Fresno is too high. What is a senior citizen going to do if they don't have any other place to go? Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the public who wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Question for you, staff. So what is the specific goal of this task force? I mean, what are we hoping to accomplish by adopting this?
Well, the task force is part of an overall displacement program that's described in the policies of the housing element, Downtown Neighborhoods Community Plan, and the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan. And it has two purposes. One is to monitor for displacement, and there are ways that we do that. There's data points that we look at. And two is to then explore ways to assist low-income people in remaining in neighborhoods that end up receiving more investment.
Is it to avoid gentrification, the concern that the resident mentioned?
Well, there's a lot of definitions for displacement and gentrification, but I would say it's to allow people to stay in their neighborhoods, even if there's more investment occurring.
Okay. And this is required, right, as part of our plans?
It is required.
Now, you said the timing is important. What did you mean by that?
Well, in our housing element implementation chapter, we have 27 different programs that we committed to the state to do during the housing element cycle, which is from now until 2023. And this particular one, establishing the task force, needs to be complete by 2018. So it's specifically described in the housing element.
Okay. And this is an advisory board?
Correct. It's an advisory board.
And in what way will it be an advisory board?
It would provide recommendations to the mayor and the administration, who would then carry those through the city's plan implementation process.
Is it solely for the administration? Does it also serve in any way for the council?
I would think it does, yes.
Okay. Now, this task force expires after 4 years unless it's renewed by the council?
That's correct.
Okay, so the council can say this hasn't been helpful or it is helpful and we should continue it.
Yes, however, its mission is to monitor for displacement and explore options for people to maintain in their neighborhoods. So, and that's required by the housing element. So, if in 4 years those functions were still needed, I would submit that it might need to be
Okay, but it's not required by the state to remain in existence. It can be
if the mission is
terminated at that point.
If the mission is accomplished.
Okay. Do you know how you will, this task force will be advising the administration? Will be in reports, a yearly report? I mean, I'm just curious how this information from this task force will be disseminated.
There is an annual report on displacement that will be produced every year, as well as an annual report for the housing element. So both of those annual reports will be available to the public and, of course, the council to review.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Baines.
Thanks, Council President. And listen, this is a good thing. So thank you to Darm, the mayor, and I'm certainly hopeful that the council will adopt this today. And I was just chatting with my colleague, Councilmember Soria, and about even making sure that there's always some type of displacement task force in place, and that is certainly going to be something for the mayor and the next councils to wrestle with, and I would probably be supportive of that. But overall, I think this is part of the culmination of a lot of good work that's been going on in Fresno. When I think about the Southwest Specific Plan, when I think about the Downtown Neighborhoods and Community Plan, the Fulton Corridor Specific Plan, when I think about the TCC investment, you know, I'm summing up 8 years of work that I've been heavily involved in, and that I'm actually very proud of. You know, a displacement plan, now that we have actionable plans in place that have had quite a bit of environmental study, we're starting to see new investment come into all of those communities. It certainly makes sense to have a displacement plan in place. It's a complicated issue, and I appreciate some of the comments that were made. There is no one thing that we can do to prevent displacement and or gentrification as it is, but I tell you where a good start is at. A good start is having a task force made up of community members working alongside this council, the mayor's office, and staff to actually bring forth recommendations. It's something we should have done a long time ago. Somebody mentioned that we should have done a long time ago. That is absolutely true. You know, it's absolutely true. There are a lot of things we probably should have done a long time ago. I think about, you know, my community in specific. I live in Southwest Fresno and have for a long time as well. And frankly, it took 40 years to get a specific plan in Southwest Fresno. So a lot of this stuff is a long time coming. It took, you know, when I think about the TCC investment, it took 3.5, 4 years of banging down Sacramento's door to finally get them to recognize, you know, the southern part of our city and to actually allocate funding. It was a lot of hard work. It's taken a long time to get to this point. So I'm very proud of the fact that we're bringing forth an anti-displacement strategy right now. I completely agree with Dallas. I think that broadening the scope is very smart. You're right. It's a complicated issue. And it isn't just about the reasons of displacement don't just surround whether or not rent goes up. You're right. Consistent zoning laws, consistent land use regulations make a lot of sense in that. So I would certainly advocate for broadening the scope. I think that's a very valuable, some very valuable insight you're giving us up front. And I think if we go in with our eyes a little bit more open and willing to look at broader pictures, it only benefits what I think will hopefully be a very active task force that can bring forth worthwhile recommendations to this body and to our administration. So I'm fully supportive of this. I'll be making a motion to move this forward. This, again, is part of a large body of work that's been going on a long time in our community. And so I am very hopeful. I won't necessarily be able to be here to see how the task force goes on this side of the dais, but I'm very excited that we're starting it and we're getting the conversation going. I know it's an initial 4-year stretch, but I will agree with my colleagues if we want to extend that or make the initial term longer. I don't have any problem with that. Displacement is going to be an issue that I think our city will be wrestling with, for the foreseeable future. It won't all be handled in 4 years, and every recommendation may not be fully brought forth in 4 years. And, so I have a sense that my colleagues will be even talking about that, and I will be supportive of that. But I'm happy to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation with the broadening of the scope. And I'll tell you that what I would suggest, and I know Jennifer's team, you guys are going to be hitting this up, I would suggest that maybe in the first meeting, you really develop the scope. Give our appointees the opportunity to figure out maybe initially what that scope should be beyond just rent prices, because it's a valuable consideration. All right, so I'll make the motion. Thank you.
Councilmember, if I could, on broadening the scope, that's certainly viable. I think it just needs to be with the understanding that there are very specific things that need to be done according to the housing element, and that whatever we do in broadening doesn't in any way take away from that mission.
I would absolutely. I totally support that notion. We don't obviously we don't want to be counterproductive in making sure we meet our obligations with the housing element, but I want to make sure that we do include a way to broaden it and look at other issues, because Alice is right. I mean, we have people living in Chinatown in residential in residences that are zoned commercial, and because of something like that, yeah, PG&E is higher. They're charged at a different rate. Those are legitimate issues that we want to be able to make sure is brought to the table, studied, analyzed, and recommendations are brought back to this body to correct and impact. So thank you for that, Doug, and I know Jennifer and Sophia and team have made note of that. So anyway, I'll be making a motion with those recommendations.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, I'm certainly open to supporting the measure today. The only thing is I just saw the map of the area that it covers, and I'd like to get some council input on this committee, because I think especially since it's going to be affecting a large chunk of South Fresno districts 3 and 5. So would you be amenable to amending to include council input on those appointments as well?
Yeah, in fact, the mayor has indicated that if you all want to submit names, that he is happy to take those under consideration when he makes the appointments.
No, I'd like the council to actually weigh in and be a co-partner with that.
Do you have a specific wording for that? Yeah, I'm certainly open to that. What is your thought on mine, Councilmember?
I don't know the legal parameter. Doug, how do we incorporate council input on developing this? Because it has a big chunk of my district. It goes all the way to Chestnut, Huntington, First, all the way over there. I really feel that it's important for the council to be a co-partner with this, especially if we're going to be dealing with these displacements.
One thing you could do is alter the resolution to state that the mayor makes the appointment subject to council confirmation, or the mayor shall appoint one from each council representative. I mean, you have options, but with the understanding that the housing element does require us to form the board and that they convene before the end of this calendar year.
Doug, let's correct this, because I don't want misinformation to be out there, because we've been working on this in the last few days. There is not a fast deadline. We have our own deadline, and we've been in communications with the, can you clarify that?
Right.
Because we've been in communication.
I mean, that's what the housing element says, that we have talked to the state HCD person, and he said he's okay if we don't do that within a couple of months. But understanding that that's not legally binding, but that's what he has said.
Yeah. So
if
there is flexibility. If we can't finalize it today, If there's still, I think, and in my perspective, and sorry to chime in during your time, if we still want to continue to have a little bit more discussion, to have it done rather than feel like we have to rush it so that we can have a first meeting by the end of the year, I would be open to actually, because we did talk to the state and they've given us some words of comfort saying that if you guys get it done early in the January or, in the first month, we should be fine.
Right.
I mean, and I don't mind going forward today, but it's very important for me to have council input on this, especially because it's such a South Fresno focused initiative, and it's going to be important for me to have that say on the formation of that. So what were the options?
Well, you would
that
have some
mentioned?
options. You could say the mayor makes the appointment subject to council confirmation. The mayor can make appointments. There has to be at least one from each council district. I mean, you would have various options. But if the council had confirmation authority, then that at least gives you the direct input.
Right.
Or each council member could appoint somebody as well as the mayor.
I like the first version, that it comes to council for confirmation. Mayor appoints, but the council confirms. I think that'd be I'd like to make that amendment.
All right.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
That when the resolution discusses appointment, right now it's solely with the mayor. The change would be the mayor appoints subject to council confirmation.
And the mayor's fine with that.
And I am happy to add. I think, Councilmember Chavez, I think that is a very wise recommendation. I'm happy to accept it, and thanks for pointing out the map. And I'll just give you some kudos because I know why this is important to you as well, because you have a specific plan going on. Right. And it is going to be an issue in your own specific plan that you work really hard to bring to your residents. So I absolutely understand your point of view, and I'm happy to make that amendment.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I think most of the questions that I had and even points had been said. The only thing in terms of the broadening of the scope that you brought up, Doug, just for clarification. So I agree with Councilmember Baines in terms of, the comments that were made by Blanchard about broadening the scope. At what point is that done? Is just what is said in the resolution the scope, or how is that?
We could put something in the resolution. We could come back later. The scope is really determined in the housing element itself. Now, if you want to go beyond that, that's fine, I think, but Talia and Sophia would be more comfortable if at least we make sure it doesn't dilute or take away from the mission set forth in the housing element. You could just indicate we would like it to be broader than that, and they can do that, again, as long as they don't take away from the core mission.
That part of the motion?
I actually think that's what I said.
Right. That's part of your motion.
So that'll
that was
okay.
part of my motion, as long as it didn't interfere, but broadening the scope.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So if that is done, I will feel a little bit more comfortable, and I think as, you and I were having a sidebar, I think this issue is an issue that will continue on beyond the 4 years. If we're thinking about investments coming into the downtown area, the investments are going to be beyond 4 years, and we're going to see the impacts of that. And I think that, in Southeast, but I'm talking about, right now what we see today in downtown and what we foresee because of high-speed rail and other private investments that I know will be coming in. I think that this is going to be beyond the 4 years. So I would even support it just to make it a permanent, and I would call it anti-displacement, because the goal is not to displace people. It's actually to ensure that we create policies. I don't know if we can change it. I think it would sound better, because I think that should be the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal should be that we create policies and make sure that we encourage investments that are not going to, pretty much displace folks from their neighborhood. So I don't know if that technicality could be noted in terms of what we're trying to do. And I think that I don't have, in terms of the map, it doesn't show any of my district, which is, fine, but I think that I support having council input. I think that it's important for folks to put people from their neighborhood or from the district to make sure that they provide that perspective. So I think with that, oh, Councilmember Brando.
Thank you, Council President. I punched in. I don't know why it's not popping up. I just wanted to make a real brief comment. For starters, I want to thank Councilman Baines because, you know, surprisingly enough, I went to a couple of the TCC meetings, and to this day, my guess is that North Fresno doesn't fully understand the, you know, the strong impact of $70 million coming into the south part of town. So there's going to be a great impact. There was a lot of great work, which you were a part of, with a lot of other people as well. But so I hope that when it hits, I hope somebody's, you know, got the strength to call you up and say, please come be a part of the ribbon cutting, right? I've heard a couple things from my colleagues today and a couple things from staff. So it seems like there's some great value in running a task force about displacement and gentrification. At the same time, there's kind of a check off the box part of this as well. And so Sacramento, I've asked a few questions about TCC in the last couple of months because I keep wondering when's it going to come forward. And seems to me like Sacramento is kind of stalling things out, and I certainly don't want them to turn around and blame the city of Fresno for stalling things out. So I think it's imperative that we get this thing done and get it done today and check off the box part of it and then work out the details of making that a valuable task force in the future. So I'll support that today.
Any other people colleagues to punch up because my screen is not working. We're good. So there is a motion made by Councilmember Baines and second by Councilmember Bredefield. Any opposition? Yes, the amendments were included. Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Next is item 215. This is an award, a contract to LSA Associates for environmental consulting service for the general plan environmental impact report update in the amount of $499,844.
Good afternoon again, Council President Soria, members of the council. Sophia Pagalatis with the Development and Resource Management Department. This contract is before you because the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, Section 15179, requires that a master environmental impact report be updated every 5 years. The master EIR adopted with the Fresno General Plan will reach the 5-year mark in December of 2019. The scope of work for this contract is an update of the EIR for the general plan in order to account for current conditions, air quality, traffic, noise, etc., and to reflect current land use plans. No changes to the general plan itself are proposed. This update will reduce the risk of legal challenges and will help streamline future CEQA analysis. Information about the procurement process is included in your staff report. LSA Associates was the top scoring proposal and a local firm. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public first. So is there anyone in the public who wished to comment on this item? You can come now. You can state your name, address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ashley Warner with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I'm going to let my colleague Lucio Avila make more comments regarding this general matter in the next item, but I do just want to make a couple comments. We submitted a letter along with several other organizations yesterday about a couple of subject matters related to this in the next item, but I think with respect to this one, I just really want to emphasize how important it is that the city really prioritize with these agreements community engagement and ensuring that you're not just following the minimum letter of the law, which for CEQA, public notice requirements are very, very minimal. Notice is only provided to people who have requested notice in advance and who happen to be aware of the project, but the city is actually building into this project from this point and then in this agreement the resources necessary to make sure that the community is aware of that. So that means, you know, reaching out to district implementation committees. It means going to community groups and all the appropriate places, especially places that are very likely to be impacted by future development, especially the City of Fresno's industrial development plans. And as you all know, this is really critical for neighborhoods that suffer from some of the worst air quality, literally in the whole country. This is really ground zero for environmental justice problems in California and in the country. So we need to start first and foremost by making sure that the community is involved and has the ability to contribute to really important issues of identifying what the impacts of these projects are in their neighborhoods and what the appropriate mitigation is. So we have more specific comments in our letter for amendments we'd like to see to the scope of work, but I think the crux of it is really building in a better community engagement process. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais.
Motion to approve.
I don't think anyone else is punched up. So I just had a couple, so there is a motion and a second. I just had a couple questions for maybe Sophia. In regards to kind of the public engagement component, what is the plan that we have?
CEQA, we're planning on following what is required by CEQA. So there is a scoping meeting up front. So there were some comments made about the scope that are contained in these contracts. Scoping is done with the public, and the scope can be modified by public input. And then, of course, there's
the time frame for that in terms of the scoping. So the scoping, we're able to modify some of it. If
it's possible. The scope that is included in the contract is for contracting purposes, but there is actually a public scoping process required by CEQA, during which there's a 30-day comment period for the public to comment on the scope of the EIR, and then a city can host a scoping meeting, which is our practice to do. So we would plan on doing that, and then of course, once a draft EIR is ready, it's circulated for public review for 45 days. So we're following that procedure.
Okay. When are we going to begin the process?
Tomorrow, right away.
Pretty much?
As soon as possible.
Is that
yes.
the goal? Okay. So in terms of some of the comments that were made to community input, and I'm going through a similar process with my West Area specific plan, and I believe that there's a lot of value in terms of public input, especially for those surrounding neighborhoods that are potentially going to be impacted by future development. So I just hope that we're not doing bare minimum, but that we're actually doing some good faith outreach to ensure that the surrounding community does know and is aware of what we are intending to do. I think that that's going to be, at least in my perspective, if I'm going to support this today, that it is clear to you guys that that's going to be something that I'm going to be watching for, and it's important. I don't know, in terms of I think they talked about the district implementation committees. Are those ever incorporated as part of the process?
They are.
They are. Yes. So they're noticed if they have one, right?
Yes.
So
yes, and this project would be a little bit different in that we are not proposing to change any plans. Normally, the things that go to the district implementation committees are plans and development projects. This is a standalone update of an EIR, but we could certainly send it to those committees.
Yeah, I think that would be probably also a good idea, even though it may not change anything. I think that still having the input from folks, I think that that's going to be key. And then also just a question that is not specific to this environmental impact plan, but more on the whole industrial compatibility study. I just want an update because it seems that even though this is looking at a specific area of our city, that As a city, we had made a commitment to do the industrial compatibility study, and I want to know kind of where we're at. How does this fit in? Because even though we may not be changing things, I know that we're going to be looking at the environmental impacts, but how does that kind of fit in terms of the bigger picture? And I know that that's been an issue that has been important to a number of neighborhoods in the southern part of the city.
Absolutely, Council President Soria. So as the council adopted in the budget this past year and awarded a contract, we've been working with a consultant. We've been working this fall to really prepare and get ready for public engagement on our compatibility assessment and strategy. And we will be doing that in the spring. We have been working with them to identify kind of the best tools and the best ways to gather input and then to provide a toolbox to the administration to work forward as we move forward with this particular plan and strategy. So yes, it's on track. We are working with the consultant, and we plan to have engagement in the spring.
Okay. Yep. Okay, perfect. And then I know that for this process, what we're approving today, I guess maybe you could give me a little bit of background in terms of how it is initiated, because I know from some of the public comments that were written in, it talked about us releasing a draft of the IASP to initiate. So can you guys maybe explain that? When is that going to be released, or how is the process?
Are you on the next item?
Is that the next item?
Industrial.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, I thought that was, okay. Perfect, sorry. Okay. I think those are all the questions that I had. Perfect. So there is a motion and a second. Any opposition? Motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Baines absent. Next item is item scheduled for 2:30. This is DARM, authorizing the DARM to enter into an agreement not to exceed $500,000 with the Accent Environmental, Inc.
Good afternoon, Council President Soria, members of the City Council, Jennifer Clark, Director of Development and Resource Management. The item before you is a contract to conduct an environmental impact report for the South Industrial Priority Area. And if you'll give me just a second, I do have maps that I'd like to bring up on the screen. This area was identified in the general plan along with a number of other priority areas. As you see on the map on the screen, the general plan's implementation chapter contemplated further in-depth studies. In 2016, the downtown specific plan was adopted. In 2017, the Southwest specific plan was adopted. And currently, the Central Southeast specific plan is underway. And as you can see on the map, downtown is identified in the center, Southwest in the lower left side in the yellow, and the Central Southeast in the lower right side in the yellow. The next area to be analyzed in greater detail is the South Industrial Priority Area, shown in gray at the bottom of the screen. The contracted work will analyze in more detail the planned land uses and current zoning. No changes to adopted land uses or zoning are contemplated. Prior to the initiation of the EIR, City staff will release a simplified document consolidating the general plan policies and land uses into one planning document for the purpose of the priority in South Industrial Priority Area. The consultant will fully analyze all potential and cumulative impacts per CEQA guidelines. This includes public comment on the scope of the EIR, comment on the draft EIR, and public hearings at Planning Commission and City Council. Staff recommends approval of the agreement with Ascent Environmental Incorporated for the preparation of an EIR assessing the South Industrial Priority Area. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. So we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? You can come forward. If you can state your name, address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, again, my name is Lucio Avila. I work with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Address is 764 P Street, Suite 102. Suite 12. And so I understand the city's points on wanting to designate a specific area for industrial uses, but folks that have been living in that area for over 40 to 60 years, have been living there for over 40, 50, 60 years, and we need to have a compassion for those folks and at least provide the opportunity to have a say in what they want. And the communities I'm referring to include the Southwest Fresno, Calawa, Malaga, Delville, Flamingo Mobile Home Park, residents who live along Malaga Avenue. And if residents at the end want the entire area to be industrial, then that's fine. We're going to support what the residents want. But what we see is that folks aren't even aware that these plans are going on. They don't know what's happening in their community. And so when we let them know, when other community-based organizations let them know, they want to get involved. They do actually care about their community, and they not only want to protect it, but they want to improve it. So we ask that you please prepare the specific plan with the impacted community before you start working on an EIR. So, because the environmental impact report is supposed to assess the impacts of the plan, but the plan has not started and from what we've seen hasn't incorporated the community. And again, for as an example, for the Southwest specific plan, the city, consultants, environmental justice groups, businesses, and residents all work together, and the residents led this. So I think this process, this specific plan could copy that process, it really was an incredible thing to see, and I'd like to see that done again. And then, yeah, so again, we want folks to be involved from the very, very beginning in all aspects of the plan. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. If you can state your name, address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Denise Curry, Communities for a New California Education Fund, 814 North Van Ness Avenue, Fresno 93728, also a resident of West Fresno. Looking at this map again, I'm reminded that all of this industry is located in South Fresno, and I'm interested if there is a movement to have a North Industrial Priority Area, and if so, how do we help that happen? Because impacted communities have been living within these industrial areas, and it seems unreasonable to continue to put it all in one location, and for impacted communities to bear the burden, health-wise, for decades without looking at other places in the city in order to place these industrial sites. So my question again is there a North Industrial Priority Area? And if not, why not? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public who wish to comment at this time?
Good afternoon, Council President Soria and council members. My name is Leland Parnagian. I'm with Fowler Packing Company. My family has actually been developing in much of this area in the industrial reverse triangle here for about the last 12 years. And the area's changed quite a bit since then. I hope most of you have had an opportunity to see it recently. But it's come a long way from where it started. Going back 12, 15 years, that area was really anchored, for the most part, at least where we were developing around North Avenue and Central Avenue, by a landfill. Today, it's become a real hub of employment and activity. We've got a number of large employers out there providing great jobs and really not minimum wage jobs that are paying fair wages. And I'm really here to say I fully support this action on this EIR. I think without it, I think we're going to have a real issue. I think we're all aware of the issues that we've had with some of the recent projects that have been approved by the City Council. And without having this EIR, the progress that we've seen over the last 10 years, we're not going to be able to continue. And this area is really going to be abandoned. I know the area well. It is absolutely suited for industrial development. And it's not noxious uses. They're not uses that we should be embarrassed about. They're manufacturing uses. They're large printers. Of course, there's the Ulta and the Amazon. They're e-commerce fulfillment centers. These are great jobs for the area. There are some houses. There are a handful of houses in the area, but I think they create good opportunities to work close to home. So I just want to say I'm in full support of this agenda item, and I hope that the council moves to approve it. So thank you very much.
Taller than me. Council President Soria and council members, thank you very much for considering this today. My name is Ethan Smith. I'm a commercial real estate broker. I specialize in industrial real estate. Wanted to speak to you. Our address is 7480 North Palm Avenue, Suite 101, Fresno 93711. I represented Amazon when they were searching for a site in the Central Valley. Approving this EIR and moving forward and getting this to a place where we can once again provide sites that companies can have certainty, can be entitled, and permits can be pulled is absolutely critical to the next Amazon, to the next Ulta that comes through this marketplace. There are companies that are out there today that are looking at the Central Valley, from Tracy Stockton, which I don't think of as a Central Valley, but it is part of the geography all the way down to Shafter. This entire marketplace is critical to delivering products. There's no question that products will be delivered to your home. That supply chain for those companies that are trying to figure out how to best serve consumers. Some of those companies will look at the Central Valley, and if we send a signal that if you consider the Central Valley, and then you also consider Fresno, which is the hub of the Central Valley, it is where companies would prefer to be located in most cases. There's an airport here, there's labor here, there are people here that already have these kinds of jobs. We have Ulta, we have Amazon. It is no longer uncharted territory for a lot of companies. If we send the signal that it is uncertain whether if you come here, you can get your building built in a timely manner, it will create, as Leland said, it will stop that momentum in its tracks. We will no longer be considered for those kinds of projects. And I would also like to address the perception that these are, in fact, not good jobs. These are multinational companies. They are companies that provide training opportunities. They're companies that provide fair wages. They are companies that provide entry into a new type of economy. These are companies that are looking to us in Fresno to give them certainty that when they evaluate different markets, they're not going to be told at some point, guess what, we don't think we can get this thing through. I'm available for any questions, but I would very much hope to see the council support this, and the outcome being more support for these kinds of businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Diane Smith. I live at 1540 West La Sierra Drive, Southwest Fresno. In relation to the number of residences in that area, we're talking about Caloa, Malaga, Southwest Fresno, and other areas that are also being affected. It's just not a few homes in that area. And it's interesting to hear that it is something that's really good. And I can understand that, but I don't understand when you have one of the new buildings out there has a loading dock that's facing an elementary schoolyard. And those trucks are left idling, so those kids are getting that pollution. That's not a good thing to me, and that's not a good thing that should be happening. So when you're talking about, oh, it's only a few houses, that's not correct. And the number of jobs that have been created, I would like to see the data on that, because when I talk to other people that have gone out and applied for some of those jobs weren't available for them. So if anyone could provide me with that information, I would love to see it, because otherwise, if they're bringing those businesses in, that's affecting our smaller communities, and the jobs aren't really there for them, then I don't see why they should be here. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the public who wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Baines.
Thank you, Council President. And this has probably been a long time coming, being able to begin to do the environmental work that needs to be done in this area to make sure that we are taking all the environmental concerns into consideration. So as I listened to some of the comments, and specifically the last speaker who discussed, even a loading dock facing the school, that's precisely because we don't do the environmental work ahead of time and get the proper mitigation. So, Diane's right. When this entire area needs to be studied appropriately, the mitigations need to be factored in up front before we continue to build the area out. And I will hone in on a very issue that's near and dear to me, because it's something I don't think we've done a good job here, and it is ensuring that our local residents living in those communities are insured those jobs. And the mayor and I have had a number of discussions about this, and I think I've made my feelings very, very clear to the mayor about my expectations on, as we develop this area out, as we bring multinational corporations in, that those multinational corporations also have corporate responsibility to our communities. And so as a part of this EIR, I would like to make sure, and I don't know if I need to do this through a motion or what have you, but that we have some recommendations for local hire provisions in there for these major companies that we're bringing. If we are going to go through this process and we're actually going to do it right, it is, and everyone on this dais knows how I feel about this, so it probably comes as no surprise that as we develop this area and bring in large corporations, there need to be assurances for our community members that they get employment. Now, I'm not saying that they're not, because I do happen to know that as Amazon and Ulta came in, there were a number of people from our communities that did receive jobs there. So I do know that that's happening, particularly a number of people from South Fresno. So it isn't that they are not being hired, but it was almost incidental. And I want us to be intentional about the assurances of our residents. So I'm happy to make the motion for this item today. This is the critical work that we need to make sure that we actually are doing the proper environmental studies and clearances, getting the proper mitigations for the work that has to be done. But at the same time, I want to make sure that there are some local hire considerations as businesses come in. And Mr. Mayor, I'm saying that again to you as I prepare to leave the building, and I'm saying it to my colleagues on this dais. Yes, please come up. Be happy to hear you. Happy to hear you comment on that.
Well, that's a great point, Oliver. I know at Amazon, when I talked last summer, they were doing 3 shifts of 1,200 people. There's a day shift of 1,200. I think a second shift of 1,200, and a third shift would be seasonal, potentially up to 3,000 plus employees. You and I were there with Luis on the tour of Ulta, which was at that point in time 500. So my objective is to get local people hired, more specifically people that live in Southeast and Southwest, people that normally would not qualify for jobs. And we know that you can have a high school GED and start out at least $15 an hour. That's where I want to put our efforts. And to that extent, I will commit to job fairs, whatever we can legally do, to incentivize local hires. I would do everything I can do.
Well, what I would like, and I don't know if the attorney or Jennifer can answer this, but what I would like to do is make this a part of the process to where there are actual recommendations that come up. So there are a menu of things that we have to select from, ensuring that we build into the fabric of how we attract businesses, that there's built into that local hire, where there's an incentive, where we do, whether it's incentive based. I just want to know what the full range of options are. I don't want us to do it on the fly. I don't want council members, if we get a big multinational corporation in, then every council member is trying to say, well, what about local hire? I want it built into what we do from the beginning and not at the end. And I think I want to make sure that, and I want to see if in this process that can be incorporated into.
I would like to explore that a little bit with the attorney's office, and Doug, I mean, I don't know if that's something that we could enforce or if there's a nexus, but I think we should look into it, unless you all know the answer.
Well, I think we might need to get a little creative. I think we could, at minimum, encourage local hire. It may mitigate traffic concerns if it's local hire. And certainly if the city is participating in subsidies, we can look at more local hire requirements.
And what I want out of this, and listen, I will be gone by the time this study is done. But it is important that my colleagues hear this, the mayor hears this, city manager and city attorney, that when this document comes back, there should be a menu of options available for the administration, for the council to be able to choose from, not just one thing to encourage local hire. There should be a menu of things that you should have in your arsenal, Mr. Mayor, to pull from that you can offer to businesses. And whatever's legal, of course, I'm not going to encourage anything that goes against the law, but all I'm saying is I want that to be in the beginning of when we're courting these multinational corporations to come here and not at the end.
I'll make a commitment to whatever I can do up to what's legally permissible to encourage that. I'll do that. Early this year, Leanne Eager from EDC and myself met with a group of advocates about trying to get local people hired. And we said we will be willing to do job fairs. You tell us where to go, we'll be there to encourage people. And so far, nobody's followed up on it, but that offer still extends. Anybody has a group of people, a certain geographic area, whether it be local there or 6 blocks away, I'll make that commitment. We'll do the outreach with EDC and our other partners to make sure that local people that need the jobs, that want to change their lives, will get the jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that commitment, and I just wanted to make sure that my positions were felt up front. Yeah, and I'm going to make a motion, but I'm also going to ask something to you, Councilmember Chavez, because I know you and I actually we border in this area right here. Yeah, we share this area, and your residents are really as close to this area as mine are. I know most of it falls in my district, but your constituents are right there, and I would ask you to, as you go forward to work with the mayor's office, to really be a part of this process, council member, and ensuring that we get those local hire provisions in there. I actually know that you feel as strongly about it as I do, and I just think that somebody from the dais also needs to be working with the administration and the staff on that. I'm hoping Jennifer, however you guys can do that, can incorporate Councilmember Chavez and what have you in that, because I know we've talked about it. Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation with the additional part of having hopefully Councilmember Chavez and any other council member included to be a part of this EIR process, ensuring that proper workforce development, a menu of workforce development options are available. Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
I share the concerns that the residents do. And when we've talked about the trucks coming through on the development before, I said that's unacceptable when they're coming through 24 hours through residences. And that's why we're doing this EIR. I mean, we want to find out what those impacts are and mitigate them any way we can. At the same time, we certainly want to understand that industrial parks equal jobs. I mean, it's as simple as that. John Brailsford is one of the biggest industrial developers, certainly in Fresno, if not throughout the state. And he builds thousands and thousands of square feet of industrial space, and it's all jobs. I mean, that's what it is. And we need jobs. We always have a chronic unemployment rate that exceeds the state and usually the national average. You raise good concerns and good questions about are the jobs that we get for Amazon and Ulta when we provide a lot of incentives, are they jobs that mostly go to Fresno citizens? I think it's a very fair question. It's one that we certainly want to encourage them to hire. I don't know that legally we can mandate that they hire in the city of Fresno, but certainly something we can look at. 20 years ago, I was part of helping bring the Gap here. 20 years later, the Gap is still here, and 20 years later, people have been employed from the Gap. They have bought homes. They have spent property taxes and sales taxes, and that's the kind of thing we expect from Amazon and Ulta. I think we should do some kind of analysis at some point to determine how many of these jobs are actually our citizens, because I'm curious if a majority of them are from the county, perhaps we should be getting more assistance from the county as we put these deals together. The county residents would certainly benefit, and I'm sure they do benefit when we bring Amazon and Ulta here. So I don't know if there's some way we can ultimately get that data. City manager, city attorney, is there some way that we could request data from these companies that we engage and provide incentives to come here? And I fully support providing those incentives. And we want businesses to come here, whether it's a huge Amazon or smaller companies. I'm all in favor of providing incentives for any type of existing business as well as new business. We want to create a culture and climate where Fresno is business friendly, and that's the bottom line. I know the Amazons and Ulta draw attention because they're huge companies, but we want to do this for all companies. But is there some way to find out how many of the jobs that are given to, and 3,000 from Amazon, 500 from Ulta, how many of them are citizens of Fresno? How many of them are in the county of Fresno? Because that would be important information for us as we negotiate future deals and make sure we incorporate the county, and the county has some skin in the game, and they put financial incentives as well, so the city is not the one always putting in all the incentives.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Doug. I'm not sure if that's something that we can have, if they have to provide to us.
Well, at minimum, going forward with new agreements, we can certainly require, to the extent they're receiving incentives, that they at least disclose the data.
Yeah.
We may not be able to require that they hire locally, but at minimum, we can ask that they tell us where the people live.
Yeah, and I think that's very important, because if it's 50% and 50% from the county, then the county ought to be coming to the table, and we ought to mandate that the county comes to the table. If it's 100%, fantastic. But I suspect it's a large amount of citizens that are from Fresno. I suspect from the Gap, I mean, if we ask the Gap and I guess 20 years later we couldn't, make it a requirement, I would imagine the majority of the citizens are from Fresno. But that is something we ought to take a look at as we push forward for new businesses to come here. In terms of this EIR, we need, not only is it mandated, but it's certainly the right thing to be doing. We should be finding out what the impacts are. People who live in these areas shouldn't be adversely affected, and if there are impacts, we need to mitigate them as best we can. So I'm going to be fully supportive of this, and I think moving forward we need to take a look at that data so we make good investments and use the taxpayer money wisely, and also bring the county involved as well, make them involved as well. Thanks.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Brando?
All right. I just wanted to add a couple things that I've heard bounce around in the conversation. For starters, Oliver, as long as I'm here, I will also support local hire. And I am very appreciative that you brought it up all these years that we've served together. And sometimes we've been able to move the ball a little bit, but we probably need to take it to the next level. So I'll be very supportive of that. But I do want to say it's a little confusing to me to add the local hire inside of the EIR process. I think the heavier parts of adding local labor, local hire mandates comes in the contracts with the businesses as they come in, especially, as the city manager mentioned, if there's any City of Fresno subsidy. So, but I'm going to be a part of that as long as I can. But back to the basic issue, we just came out of closed session where we discussed an EIR situation, and I want to thank Lee for staying on task on this issue. Economic development is probably, and sometimes, I mentioned earlier, it's just not the sexiest thing on the planet. People want to hear about they might be 1/100th the size of the project, but for some reason it's spectacular. But economic development is what's going to move all of our city forward. Every one of our districts is going to benefit from that. So I'm very happy to do some of the heavy lifting today. This is a very valuable vote to get an EIR for such an expanse done that will impact our community for years to come. So, of course, I may be very supportive of that today.
Councilmember Chavez.
I want to thank Councilmember Baines, and I was happy to second that motion. I just want to talk a little bit about, you and I and the mayor had an opportunity to tour Ulta. We actually went out there, and I'm hearing the conversation to my colleagues with local hire, and that being a priority. It's absolutely a priority for me, and thank you for your words earlier. I will absolutely be very involved with this area, being part of my district, but I want to talk a little bit about this conversation that we haven't touched on too much. This last time around for me, as I was going door to door, something interesting happened, and it was very encouraging, where when I was knocking on doors, I saw some of those residents come out with Amazon uniforms and Ulta uniforms. And these were folks that normally I would find in a little bit more challenged part of my district. And it dawned on me that this is a way for them to achieve that social mobility. We talk about the concept of work, live, and play in one area. That's what South Fresno is transforming into. The same couple would drop their child off at Sequoia Elementary, drive literally a couple of blocks away, work, have time to come back and actually be home earlier to pick up their child from school. That, to me, is really how we're going to break this cycle of poverty. And I think that needs to be a part of the conversation, because when a single mother can afford to work at Ulta, which has a very flexible schedule, and afford a home in Southeast Fresno, I think that's something very powerful for our community to really be part of this conversation. And so I was happy to second the motion. And I also want to, for the record, say that when we went and toured Ulta, and something I would encourage my colleagues that weren't able to go to actually go and tour. Everything that we're talking about, they're doing a lot of that with the local hire, but it's much more than just having a community job fair. Because if you recall the piece when they came in and they did the presentation, they are actually working with folks that have had a difficult life, whether that be substance abuse or domestic violence victims. They're actually working with those at-risk populations and being very flexible with them actually working there and earning a living. And I think that's something that we need to really reward and focus on as we have this conversation, because that was very powerful to see our local nonprofit organizations working with those men and women and getting them into full-time jobs with benefits. Out of public assistance. That, to me, is going to be one of the biggest priorities for my first term, official term, here on the City Council. So I was happy to second the motion. I will absolutely be supportive. Look forward to working with the mayor, with my colleagues, and with everybody that wants to come to Fresno and really provide those opportunities for our community that we desperately need here in Fresno. I'm sick and tired of hearing about us being the second concentration of poverty in this nation. This is the way to break that, and we'll be supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. I'll keep my comments very, very brief. I join in all their comments. I totally support this. I look forward to Fresno progressing as we have been doing for the last 2 years under Mayor Brand's leadership, and we're going to put Fresno the biggest spot on the map of California, thanks to the leadership of this council and our mayor. So I'll support it.
Thank you. So just have a couple questions. I don't know if, Sophia, maybe you can answer. I think I tried asking this question earlier, but it's more appropriate here. In terms of the initial public draft, I know that there were some questions.
Correct. So like I stated earlier, this is a unique plan. So we will be actually diving in really deep in the existing land uses and the zoning that has been approved and adopted by the City Council. So we'll actually be assessing at a much deeper level than we did for the MEIR for the general plan, and we'll be assessing at a very local level for the parcels that currently exist and what we know in the future. So this gives us an opportunity to really look at future development and what the impacts will be and what potential mitigation would be appropriate to reduce those impacts to less than significant. So that's really the opportunity here to really dive in deep on the existing and approved land uses and zoning for these areas, and to ensure that we have really analyzed not just the individual impacts, but the cumulative impacts of development as a whole in that area.
So
we will be releasing the plan. The plan is really just a compilation of the policies from the general plan and all of the land uses in a simplified document. So one simple document where they're all in one place, and that's what will be assessed. So instead of having to flip through the general plan to find all of those policies that are related to workforce development, that are related to job creation, healthy communities, all of that is condensed into one document, and that is the plan that will be released prior to the scoping.
Okay, and so that's just a compilation of the policies that we have. We're not changing any of that, that there's no public input as part of that process, or?
So this is an EIR. We are similar to what Sophia just talked about, and last we're recertifying the MEIR. This, we are diving deeper into a programmatic level EIR of this area that has already been planned, and there are already policies in place.
Okay. Okay, perfect. And then just, let me see. The other thing, in terms of the community outreach, you guys will do, obviously, what is required, ensuring that not only folks in the city of Fresno, but what about other folks that are, I think they're like outside of the sphere of influence? There's a piece from
So the general plan contemplated an expansion of the SOI in the case that the heavy maintenance facility was selected for Fresno. So this would allow us to assess that as well. So that if, in fact, the heavy maintenance facility for high-speed rail was, Fresno was selected for that location, we would be able to assess those impacts at the same time as we're assessing this global, because it really is looking at cumulative, and we don't want to do that separately. So that piece will be, we will provide all of the traditional noticing, as well as anyone who has currently requested. We received a letter yesterday that had 7 different entities that were included. They'll receive notice of all of our public informational meetings, any of our outreach.
And we'll make them available in the appropriate languages.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. I think those were all the questions that I had. I'm just going to say that, I concur with a number of the comments that were made by my colleagues in terms of the importance of economic development and the importance of doing the environmental impact up front, so that these communities that have been heavily burdened aren't burdened anymore, and that there's actually benefits that they can get from the economic development that happens near their neighborhoods. I think, I want to stress the importance of figuring out within the legal limits that the EIR affords us, or that this plan affords us, that we do include this local hire. I think that what my colleague, Councilmember Bain, said, I think that that is very, very critical, in particular to the residents that live in that area. And I think the attorney mentioned earlier, it also helps in terms of the environmental impact, because if people are going to work closer, there's less vehicles miles traveled, which it's a positive thing for the environment. And so I would really stress that we do include it. I know that there may be a little bit of a difference of opinion with one of my other colleagues, but I think that it seems like there's a majority in terms of looking at incorporating it. And so if there's a way, I know that the mayor seems to be supportive, so I hope that it does happen as part of this process. So with that, there is a motion and a second. Motion by Councilmember Bain, second by Chavez, Councilmember Chavez. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 6-0. Councilmember Olivier absent. I think that is all for today. So, unscheduled communication. Is there anyone here who would like to speak during unscheduled communication? If you can state your name, address for the record, you will have 3 minutes.
My name is Diane Smith, 1540 West La Sierra Drive, Fresno, California. The things that I would like to discuss are some things that became publicized by The Atlantic, the newspaper that talked about the Fresno's Mason-Dixon line. The mother's zip code could signal whether her baby could be born too early, and the bias in the Fresno criminal justice system. All of those articles are online and can be obtained, and I would suggest that most of the council members, if you have not read it, or any citizens of Fresno that have not read it, you need to read it. It gives you a lot of information, and it tells why we are in the situation that we're in now, because things that should have been done years ago were never done, and now we're trying to take care of it, but it seems to be one that's going to affect a lot of people in a negative way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wished to speak during unscheduled communication? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Thank you all for being here. Oh, sorry. We will be adjourning in memory of Mary Stanley. Thank you.